Ba 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 ba. This again. We're doing it again. It's happening. It's happening. We're doing it again. We're here. We did it. It happened. We're doing this. We're doing it again. It's happening. And hopefully it's working and it's not just a silent scream, because that would be a bad day for me. I would be a little bit sad. Just like overall, like as an individual. There we go. It's wiggling now. It got all wiggly on me, and for no reason. And for what? And for what? For profit? I knew it. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen at some point today. So for reference, do have a cat. He's decided to act up today, which I'm not necessarily surprised about. I hear him out there acting up, acting silly, and for what? There we go. Now I've made a post about it, so now people can know. Oh, we're doing this, actually. It was not a joke. You know, you'd really think, like, the second time I was doing this, I would understand how to do it a little bit better. You would think it makes sense. It makes sense that I would, you know, be able to do that. Uh-oh. There we go. Also, I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, I have no idea if any of my mic stuff is working, or if it's just been literally silent for like several minutes now. It would be very funny if it's just been silent for like a while. Hello. How's it going? We're doing it again. God. I also... Hello. People filtering in. What's going on? I rewatched the last one to make sure it worked fine, and it was uncentered the entire time, which I didn't realize it was doing that until I rewatched it. So that is now going to infuriate me forever. Hello. Hello. God. Hopefully over the course of this, my cat doesn't act up too much, but he's already been acting silly today, so I'm not holding my breath about it. Because that would also be a very long time to be holding my breath. And for what? And for nothing. There we go. This is I'm gonna probably wait about 10 minutes until I start reading just to give everyone a chance to show up. This is a fun one to start with. This is a fun one to be picking back up on. This is you know, fucking 800 trigger warnings on screen. You know, like you do. This time I have slightly better I have a slightly better snack than last time, but barely. Just barely. Just barely. Because last time I had a bowl of carrots for some reason. I believe because we didn't have chips, which also would have been a bad idea, because crunchy. This time I have a bowl of a little hello. This time I have a little bowl of peaches, a nice little bowl of you know, canned peaches, and man, now my only primary concern is that I'm gonna just like go to take one of these and it's going to full force slap onto my laptop like a wet fish. And that is the nightmare scenario, because if my laptop is sticky, I will probably die. My heart will cease to beat, and I'll go into cardiac arrest, and I will be found by the cat who has finally gotten so annoyed with me he has clawed a hole into the door. I also since last recording, it hasn't been that long, but since last recording, I drink tea now, and partially because we ran out of energy drinks, and I no longer have any, so now I drink tea, and I have a little thermos, but it will not be hot the entire time, and I'm not looking forward to the time when I have to start sipping cold tea. It's also really, really hot right now. Just, you know, it happens. Also, just looking back over the last recording as well, I talked about demo for so long. Just so long. Just way too long. And I'm okay with that, because it's very funny to me. But this and he deserves to be talked about, because I love Demo Man TF2, because he's a good man. But you know, there's other characters. Since last time, I also me and a mutual friend, me and a mutual by the name of Noodle, no relation to the individual in the popular band Gorillaz, different person. We decided we're probably also gonna do a stream at one point where it's just Demo TF2 is the only Demo TF2 is the only man I trust. Shall we do a stream that is just us talking, like, uninterrupted for quite a while about TF2 characters, just psychoanalyzing them, because God, you know those posts that are like, I would love to study you, I would love to research you, that's me about all of the TF2 characters, because there's so much to unpack for all of them. All of them have so very much to unpack all of the time. Not me still adjusting my windows. Yeah, hopefully. Honestly, I would be doing it for me. I am my target audience. Just talking about this very niche, hyper-specific thing. And I think it'll be very, very fun. At least for me, and again, I am my target audience. But, you know, It's gonna be so much. It's gonna be so much. God, God, God. Also, truly, it hasn't been that long since the last stream. It has not been that long. It simply has not. But since then, like, since then, just enough weird life stuff has happened that it feels like it's been way longer. Not bad stuff, just weird stuff. Um, and it's like, and I like started drinking tea, and oh my god, he's going to be meowing out there. I know he is. And also, it is like the seasons have changed beyond my window to like to like show that time has passed. Um, so I feel like it's been 1,000 years, which is also fair, which is allowed. It's allowed. Um, Update on my ice cream job that nobody asked for. Um, I'm literally working like 40 hours a week at a tiny little ice cream place. And not to say that like any minimum wage ass job. Good morning. How's it go? How's it going, Wes? What's up? And not to say that any, fucking ice cream job or whatever is particularly cool, but ice cream has been going very well lately. 1-800 probably gonna get a raise. And that's gonna be exciting because then I'm going to have then I'm gonna have money. Because believe it or not, I simp like I just don't make money doing this. My boss asked me what I do outside of ice cream. And I was like, well, art and like writing and stuff. And then I paused and I went, but I'm trying to be realistic, which translates roughly to I don't make money doing it. And she went, nice. And that's really not even to say I couldn't. Because I also do original work outside of this. I just don't know. I don't know how. Where are the people I can walk up to with my thing and be like, please publish this and pay me money? I don't know where they are. I don't know where to find them. I could probably find them, but I simply cannot. He is out. My cat is literally just out there meowing, and I love him. But sir, please. I also made a little list of things that I realized I straight forgot to talk about, that I'd meant to talk about prior to now. I hit on like 99% of the things I'd wanted to mention while doing the reading, but I wish you knew. Oh yeah, we're people are, yeah. Me too. That would be cool if someone could publish my thing and pay me money. Yeah, just God. Imagine making money on the internet for any reason. Imagine. Could not possibly be me. Oh wait, God, I need to check something. No! The 60... Well, it's at the beginning of the number. It's still there. 69's still kind of there. Hee 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 hee, funny number. Regardless, it is now 11:15. I should probably start doing the dang thing. Currently 2 nightmare scenarios. One of them is that the cat just gets so sad outside while I'm like mid-chapter, and then I'll have to reread these, which I probably do. Very funny number. which I'll probably have to do at some point, um, to some of the chapters maybe, because I've all of a sudden noticed my mic quality is, there's just a lot of background that I could probably also edit out in post, but still still a bit of a thing. And then we're gonna, it's gonna be a second late. That's okay though. Then so one of the nightmare snares is the cat just like shouting and getting upset. If you hear a cat shouting and getting upset, that's Ginger, and he's a liar. He's not really that sad. He just wants food and to eat my ankles. Those are the two things he loves in his life. And clawing the couch, which we tell him not to do, and then he waits until we're not there, and then he does it anyways. And then also, because it's now winter, we now have, a heating and cooling system in our house that will sometimes turn on and is so fucking loud. And I'm getting more used to very loud because I, work a food service job, but like, God. Also, apologies for my sniffle sniffs. Why do I just say any word? Why do I just say any word? Ever? Why do I? Yeah, cats just kind of be like that, huh? It's wild how cats just kind of be like that. Also completely unrelated, and definitely not happening any goddamn time soon. Bit of a friend of mine runs a Dungeons and Dragons podcast. Yeah, sometimes your words are just for having a little chuckle, a little chortle, if you will, not to be confused with the Pokemon. That one was dumb. That one I'm reeling back. Yeah, a friend of mine runs a Dungeons and Dragons podcast. And we've been joking about how I would guest star on it, because they have like a regular cast, and then occasionally we'll have people guest on it. And sometimes they'll do a funny bit where one of the players will actually run the podcast for a day. But today, not today, it was probably yesterday, I think, he just like floated the idea at me of like, hey, you're a guest starring, what if you DM, send hands, poking fingers together, well, what if you DM, and I went, okay, so I'm probably doing that at some point, at which point I'll obviously link it, which is also going to be exciting just because, me trying to fucking put myself out there and try new things, like you do. I've also noticed I say regardless a lot. Yeah, it should be fun. It should be a fun time. Yeah, I'm probably gonna hop in now. It'll be a fun time. I'm gonna hop back in now. That would probably be a good time to read the dang thing, wouldn't I? Yeah, a lot of heavy trigger warnings for this chapter, which I'm going to also I'm probably going to insert something in the recording itself that says like a time to skip to, just because I don't want to trigger anybody. Believe it or not, person with joke about mental health in my name, believe it or not, I do take trigger warnings very seriously. But just for now, trigger warnings for body horror, torture, blood, gore, and character death. None of them are gratuitous, but they're implied. If you don't feel comfortable about Scout in pain, you know, it's probably gonna be a minute. It's gonna be probably a couple of minutes. Just keep yourself safe. You can mute the stream if you want to. Up until the point that we reach. It's about this far down the page, and it's about this line break is where that bit ends. Yeah, it's right up here about. Oh yeah, chapters get real long. Chapters get real long starting here, and for no reason. One bit I forgot to mention last time that I thought was very funny. Not chapter 11, but chapter 10. The way that chapter was broken up, I was so super tempted to cut the chapter after the fight, but before he goes to talk to Medic, because I'm mean and rude. But it made I couldn't format enough into. It's a thing of like I had much of it written before I posted it at a certain point, and I would make sure I had enough. I would try and wait until I had like organic chapter breaks until I posted whatever I had, because it's very modular the way that I had it written, and I just like I couldn't figure out how to I couldn't figure out easily how to do that chapter break, and then I was just like, you know what, this is also that's also mean, and for what? So instead I introduced a conflict and immediately in the same chapter resolved it. And it wasn't, I don't think at this point there was a particularly long break between any of the chapters. It was them over, what, 4 years? 4 years! That's what, oh god, that's what I did with taking shots, isn't it? Yeah, I couldn't figure out an organic way to break, like how much, it would make like either very, very short chapters before and then long after, or like just feel super weird for no reason. The only thing it would have done is made a more tense page break, essentially. The break between chapters just introduces a mandatory pause with the reader, where they reach the end of the chapter and have to click the button to the next page and then start reading the next one. All that really would have done is introduced like a slight bit of tension that, especially considering I didn't intend for there to be a very long wait, it would have just felt like bad faith, and there's no reason for that. It would have just felt like I was trying to be mean, and this is a hurt comfort fic with emphasis on both hurt and then much more emphasis on comfort. Cutting from, especially with it having been such a slice of life fic prior to this moment, prior to the argument at the dinner table, introducing the fact that there is a conflict and then immediately introducing a cliffhanger would have just not felt right. And I feel like there's a more elegant solution that to this day I still haven't thought of. Maybe introducing the conflict of Scout could straight up die a little bit sooner, or implying it and then fully introducing it at the table, something like that. But as it was, by the time I got to it, I was just fiddle-faddling around with, I don't know, maybe I should make this chapter way longer. Maybe I should just fill it with something, but I don't know. That's just gonna feel weird at this point. Just weird and inorganic for no reason. So yeah, instead I just cut it up the way that it was. And then, especially because I was halfway through writing chapter 11 at that point, and I was like, uh-oh. That one's way too goddamn long already. Like, at the upper end of what I was okay with posting at that point. And then I immediately ruined it by making every chapter after this way longer than the other ones, but, you know, it happens. Regardless. I'm gonna start reading now. Again, trigger warnings. Fucking keep yourself safe. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself safe. Shaking my cursor for oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god, he jumped out at me, sir. Officer, you went for my throat. Shaking the cursor gently for emphasis. Keep yourself safe. So yeah, I'm gonna hop right back into it. Wrapping things, that's okay. Chapter 12. Break. Scout no longer focused on how badly everything hurt, just the different types of pain he was feeling. Burning. He could feel everything burning. He felt himself inching towards the brink with each of his heartbeats. His fingers felt a bit cold, admittedly. His toes were too. The room was cold and he was burning. A pulse of healing vapor into his lungs to yank him back from the brink of death and threatening to suffocate him as it did. The pull from the brink was not smooth. It was like a noose dragging him through gravel, like falling down a mountain, like being thrown into a pile of debris. It was rough in parts and caught along the way and hurt as they were pulled through. And it threatened to suffocate him, the amount of vapor he inhaled, settling heavily in his lungs as an absence of air that slowly gave way. Then it stopped, finished sinking in, and he was left gasping, inching towards the brink again. Admittedly, the pain did make flashes of white across his vision, but he didn't think it was his sight returning. He wasn't sure if his eyes were even open or not. He couldn't really tell. Burning. He wasn't sure if his skin was actually sizzling. He thought it might be. It hurt very badly. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. His heart had gone still, and he watched it as if from afar, far away, as the pain faded for a second along with everything else. Oh, new pain. Electrocution near his left shoulder. His heart thrummed. The pain returned. He wasn't screaming anymore, he was pretty sure. That part of him had shut down relatively quickly, along with control over most of his muscles. Piercing pain in the vein of his neck, stronger than the piercing pain on the inside of both of his elbows. His heart thrummed strongly enough that he could feel individual pulses of his heart again. Feel the 1-2, 1-2. He processed the sound of a beep somewhere. It only lined up with the first part of the 1-2, 1-2. He didn't think he was technically conscious, but he still registered the pain. Only it was dwindling, and with it his ability to register the pain dwindled. Was this unconsciousness, or was it something else? He couldn't feel the burning so much anymore. Now he could feel fatigue, cramping in his muscles as they seized up and threatened to crush themselves. His legs had it the worst. His abdomen was fairly bad as well. The flashes of light faded behind his eyelids. His eyes were closed, and his eyelids were cold. A strange idea. Cold eyelids, a strange electricity near his shoulder and a pressure against his chest. He could almost hear something. It sounded so far away. Electricity, again. Yes, he was almost certain there was something loud happening nearby, almost completely certain. And he was pretty sure the pressure against his chest was real. Electricity once more. His heart began beating. When had it stopped? He couldn't remember it happening. His head was full of clouds. He couldn't hear the loud something anymore. In fact, there were a lot of things he couldn't do now that he was thinking about it. Breathe properly, for one. Move, for another, although it wasn't for lack of trying, if the way his muscles were twitching and tensing was anything to go by. Speak was one. Oh, but he needed to breathe for that, right? And his throat felt like it was closing up. He couldn't smell. Could he? If air would enter his nose, he could find out. Would there be anything to smell at all? He couldn't think right. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do anything. Did that mean something? The fact that he couldn't do anything? He wasn't sure. Nothing was really making any sense all of a sudden, and he understood that under normal circumstances that would be completely and utterly terrifying, yet he didn't feel terrified. In fact, everything just felt light, like he'd been pumped full of helium and he could just float right away into the sky, into the clouds in his head. Or would the clouds be lifting him? The pain was fading again, and his heartbeat was slowing rather than weakening now, and he opened his eyes. He was home in bed, and it was late, but Henry was still up studying, a flashlight propped between his head and shoulder. Jeremy himself was just a kid. He climbed out of bed and crossed the room to Henry's bunk. Henry glanced up at him, apparently startled as he noticed his little brother standing beside his bunk. "Oh, hey, kiddo," he said, voice hardly above a breath. "Snuck up on me. Did I wake you? Should I turn this off?" He shook his head. Henry relaxed. "Then what do you need?" he asked. Jeremy didn't answer. He just hopped up and sat next to Henry, looking at the pictures in the tattered, well-worn textbook uncomprehendingly. Colorful diagrams, some letters bolded, others not. Strange and familiar shapes, all in neat, printed lines. "Well, if Ma asks, I'm not taking the blame for you being up late," Henry said, and Jeremy had nodded. And in the morning, Ma had found them both sitting there, propped up against each other and the wall, flashlight still on, and book open in Henry's lap. She'd said... He felt his lungs seize up, protesting a sudden burst of raw pain in his chest as his skin was peeled back, ribs pulled open, everything exposed. His lungs felt like they'd cramped, refusing to operate correctly under the abject agony that his torso was in. He'd felt this before, and it still hurt just as much as it had the first time. There was no getting used to having your skin cut into and your ribcage forced open, no getting used to your organs suddenly being exposed to the open air. But ironically, the pain did cause his lungs to seize up, and they couldn't get enough air. Or any, actually. He didn't breathe for a little while, and it hurt, lungs burning, head. "Tony," Jeremy asked, 6 years old, "do you remember our dad?" Tony, who was just a bit less than a year older, yet already a full head taller and 20 pounds heavier, looked up at him from where he'd been digging a hole in one corner of the playground. "Huh? Our dad, do you remember him?" Jeremy asked again. Tony shook his head. "No, I was 4 and you're a year younger than me, so you were 3. He knew math better than Jeremy did and showed it off at every opportunity. He'd also read better, but so could everyone else. Jeremy just couldn't seem to figure out the letters like everyone else did. He knew them individually, but altogether he didn't get it. But he learned his colors before Tony did and showed it off at every opportunity. "I saw him as much as you did." "You don't remember nothing about him?" Jeremy pleaded, refusing to give up so easily. "Well..." Tony stopped his digging, scratching at his own head with a dirt-covered hand, but the color was all about the same. "He was, tall, I guess? But that's what happens when you're an adult. Though, he dressed like people going to work. He worked too, and Ma didn't have so many jobs, because he worked, just one. And he didn't like when he got tackled or when we tried messing around and fighting, and he got along with Ma." "I know, those are just sort of dad things. I knew those, but do you remember him as a person? Do you remember anything about what he was like?" Jeremy asked insistently, leaning forward. "You can't feel his toes. Or his legs, really. He just notices numb toes first. His fingers are numb as well. Not cold, just numb, which is strange. Is it a circulation problem, or have they been cut off?" Jeremy can't be entirely sure. Why would his toes, legs, and fingers be cut off? For that matter, why would he be in this much pain? He doesn't remember why everything hurts, or why blackness clouds his vision, pressing in on him, threatening to... "Did you hear?" Terry asks Ma as she's cooking. Jeremy is hard at work peeling potatoes and doesn't look up from his job for more than a second, knowing better than after one nick of the knife too many. He was the only one who liked the help cooking chore and was any good at it, so his brothers regularly traded chores with him so they didn't have to do it. "Yes, I did. I hear about everything and don't need boys to be specific when asking questions, because I can understand them without any problems. Turns out I'm magic and psychic. I'm probably a secret agent, too," Ma said, cutting carrots with speed and efficiency. Jeremy snorts from his place at the table, and he catches Terry's twin giggling from the doorway as well. Okay, but did you hear," Terry continues undeterred, "about Ricky Hayes?" "That dark-haired junior boy?" Ma asked. "Football team, works at the butcher's?" "Yeah, him. Did you hear what happened?" "No, I haven't. What about Ricky Hayes?" Ma asked absently, still not having looked up even once from her job cutting carrots. "You ain't even listening," Terry complained. "Yes, I am," she replied, sweeping the carrots from the cutting board and into a bowl. "I'm half listening, and half your hearing's still one whole ear, you know." "Ma," Terry complained, but he was grinning, hand on his hip. Ma was smiling too, and she turned to... Scout was distantly aware that there had been a period where he didn't see, hear, or feel anything. He wasn't sure for how long it lasted, but he was back now and starting to wonder if any of this was really happening or if it was all in his head. He didn't think it was a dream. He was at least pretty sure that Mr. O'Connell, the woman behind the desk said, squinting badly enough to make Jeremy wonder distantly if she needed glasses. "How many warnings have you had?" "A lot," he said miserably, staring down at his hands, picking at a bandage on his knuckles absently. And how many times have you been held back already for your grades? He was sure his face was bright red all the way up to his ears. A few, he said equally miserably. Young man, if not for your talent in sports, and if I'd been allowed to make the call, you would have been kicked from this institution years ago, she said. Do you understand? Jeremy didn't say that this institution was a crappy school with no art funding, and teachers who either didn't care or cared so much they'd practically beat kids into doing their work. He didn't say that he was at least showing up to class, never late, his only absence that year due to the team going out to compete on a day trip. He was never caught with drugs or alcohol. He didn't say that the only problem that he had was that he just didn't get the material, that he didn't usually start the fights, it was always his brothers and he was defending them. Yes, ma'am, he said instead of any of that, knowing that arguing would just make things worse and he couldn't afford worse. As it stands, this is your last warning, she said, putting down the paper. No more Fs, no more fist fights, no more failed tests, and no talking back to teachers, and I better not get any complaints from other students. Are we clear? Yes, ma'am, he said again. She hummed, apparently satisfied by his compliance, or obedience, as Jeremy understood it, and she turned over the paper to... Everything was sore, but at least it wasn't burning anymore, just sizzling. If that made sense. Nothing made sense. Where even was he? Scout really couldn't tell. A hand slapped the side of his face. Not violently, just enough to snap him back to awareness as he drifted for a moment. Noise. He should listen to the noise. What was the noise? A voice. His skin felt like it was trying to sneak away. A little slap and, oh, right, the voice. He tried listening, and he almost understood, and then he did understand, or at least he knew what the words were. After that, he started focusing on putting the words in order. He kept getting jumbled around and messing him up. Stupid words. And they weren't even that great words anyways, all weirdly bent and twisted. Why was the voice saying the words so weird? Whatever. He kept trying to put the words in order anyways, despite the severe inconvenience. Something about waking up. He got annoyed at first because he already was awake. Stupid voice. Felt like his veins had been replaced by wires. Did the voice want him to open his eyes? Probably said something like that, didn't they? Maybe they just meant that. He should do that, if only so they'd let him go to sleep. He wanted to sleep. He felt like his eye sockets were too full, like he had too many teeth in his mouth. His eyelids felt heavy, and he looked up, eyes opening. He squinted involuntarily as something bright hit him right in the retina. That hurt? Why did they do that? Why were they yelling so loudly now? He was already awake. Shut up, voice. Well, at least they weren't hitting him on the cheek anymore. He fell into blissful unconsciousness, and he didn't dream at all. Scout woke up to silence. He didn't really process wakefulness for a few moments, just shifting to sit up on instinct, half expecting to run out to her join a fight. Then he processed that everything felt grimy and sweaty. Respawn didn't leave you feeling gross. He wanted to shower very, very badly. So, not a match. What the hell had happened to him? Scout, Medic said from nearby, audibly happy to see him awake. Or maybe just happy in general. It was hard to tell from just his tone. And Scout wasn't exactly on top of his game anyways. How do you feel? Scout tried to say, but his voice gave out on him, and instead of all that came out was a weird warbling noise. He reached a hand to his own throat, frowning, but then he felt his vocal cords stitching themselves back together. He knew the feeling of medical fluid going to work, but he didn't know it could stitch up your insides without being directly inhaled or injected, and he didn't smell or feel either of those two things happening. He tried again to speak. I don't know, he said hesitantly, trying to figure out my frame of reference on that one. What happened to me? The operation, Medic said patiently, voice calm and level. Memories trickled in. He carefully swung his legs over the side of the cot, anticipating agony, but none came. Just a weird buzz. Yeah. How long did it take? 10 hours, Medic replied, and then 5 for monitoring your condition closely, and 3 more until you woke up. That's, Scout said hesitantly. He could barely do math at the best of times, and this was decidedly not that. Phantom pains made his skin tingle, and he was resisting the constant urge to flinch, and his blood felt like it was shivering. A lot of hours. Yeah, it is 3:30 right now, Medic said, or perhaps morning, or simply about 300 hours, as her soldier would say. Scout paused, processing. Operation. He'd been through the operation. It was over now, so... He suddenly gasped, eyes pulling open and going wide. It wasn't quite right, but his vision wasn't just a black void anymore. It was like he was recovering from a flash grenade, colors odd and drifty and wrong and making him dizzy within only a moment, and it wasn't much, but it wasn't literally nothing, and Oh my god, he said, a second realization hitting him like a rocket to the chest. I lived. I survived the operation. He beamed, euphoria welling up in his chest. Holy shit, I fucking lived, he shouted jubilantly. 9, Medic replied casually. Heart stopped a total of 49 times, and I needed to replace your Uber valve, unfortunately. But if you mean brain death, no, I am fairly sure that you only cut it a bit close and only once. Very, very close, but not quite. To be perfectly honest, I did not expect your heart to survive stopping and starting so many times, but who am I to complain? It worked. You lived. Does that make me a zombie times 50? Scout asked slowly. He saw the blurry, difficult to discern form of Medic shrug, and he tried to ignore the mild motion sickness that turning his head caused. I am a doctor, not a horror movie producer, he replied calmly. Regardless, you are alive now, and as an added bonus, your sight dramatically improved. I do love helpful side effects. Side effect? Scout repeated, frowning. Yeah, Medic said. That was not the point of the procedure. Scout stared. Then what was the point? Scout asked incredulously. Medic sat forward in his chair. Scout, he asked. I asked how you felt when you sat up a few moments ago. Care to answer me now that you're in a more stable state of mind? He asked brightly. Scout considered the question. I feel kind of like when you almost get a sunburn and then everything is kind of at the point of almost hurt, and my pulse feels weird. Probably the new Uber thing, but whatever. And I'm kind of weirdly shaky, and I can feel my veins thrumming. He heard the scratch of a pencil on paper as Medic jotted down a note. Interesting, he murmured, half to himself. Tell me, can you feel any injuries besides the phantom pains and general tenderness? No, I don't think so, Scout replied. Medic hummed, jotting it down. How would you rate your eyesight? What % of the world is visible? Medic asked next. Well, 3%, maybe 5%, Scout said. Just sort of shapes, a little bit of color. Real out of focus, though. Is this, going anywhere? Not excellent, but an improvement over nothing, Medic said, ignoring the second half of what Scout said. Put the notepad down for a second, picked up something from the table, probably tea. And what do you say that bang? Scout was already under the operating table before he properly processed the sound of the gunshot. Your adrenaline response is still functional, Medic commented calmly, and Scout heard him putting down the thing on the table again, and it was definitely not tea, it was definitely a pistol. But more concerning. Doc, did you shoot the light out? Scout asked slowly. Because I just went from 3% to 0. My vision's gone again. Oh, interesting, Medic said, pencil moving. Is it returning? Scout moved to stand back up and blinked a few times, rubbed his eyes. Panic mounted in his chest. No, it isn't. Oh, crap, right when it was getting better. Deep breaths, Medic instructed, voice still calm. Slow your heart rate. Scout did as instructed, and within a few moments his heart stopped panicking, and a few more seconds later things were fading back in. He blinked rapidly. Oh, wait, it's back, he said, surprised. Medic said, unsurprised. Well, I assume that a sudden influx of hormones induced by fear, perhaps adrenaline, caused a change, or perhaps a heightened heart rate caused by the hormones. So many possibilities, the doctor said cheerfully. Oh, so I just gotta not get freaked out? Scout asked. Yeah, it would seem so, Medic said. Why are you so fucking chipper? Scout asked, glaring at the healer, irritation mounting. Today I have made miracles happening, cursed Scout. Blind God is a sin, I've outdone the devil himself, Medic said cheerfully. After no less than 4 breakthroughs in the medical field, I am feeling quite happy with the work I have done here today. Also, complete exhaustion sometimes makes me find little things humorous. I am extremely tired. Yeah, okay, I guess that's fair enough, he said, nodding to himself. He paused, then quickly glared at the German. Hold on, no, wait, what was the point of the surgery? Don't change the subject on me. I would not call it a surgery, technically, Medic said thoughtfully. It might be more similar to a transfusion, but not quite, as far as I can tell. God, I've always been terrible at naming things, he tittered. Well, what the hell did you do to me? Scout demanded, anger mounting. Medic hummed and rose. It appears a demonstration is in order, he said, and he saw what seemed to be Medic approaching him, and yes, he did, because now Medic was picking up his hand. Ow! He yelped as Medic stabbed a scalpel right into the center of his palm before pulling the metal instrument back out again, holding his hand in place. Dude, that fucking... He started to yell, but then he froze, because that wound was already gone. The wound hadn't lasted more than a split second, hadn't even had time to bleed. It healed the second the scalpel was pulled back, the moment it wasn't in his skin. His hand felt like it was practically buzzing with energy. Silence. What the fuck? Scout asked, voice shaky as his vision faded back in, and he really wished it hadn't chosen that exact moment, because now he could just barely make out Medic's manic grin. Congratulations, Medic said jubilantly. You cannot be killed. End of chapter. This one is like apeshit bananas. Like truly deeply apeshit bananas. It's so much. It's so very much. And for what? Oh, people walking around in my home. No, that's not it. I need a drink of water already. Tony is not the colorblind one, that is Archie. So much happened. Yeah, it's Archie is the colorblind one, and oh yeah, we'll get to what Medic's dealing. How did I approach writing this chapter? So this chapter is the beginning of, you know, there being a conflict and a plot that's happening. So prior to now, again, like I really like sci-fi. I really like sci-fi sort of things. It intrigues me. So, you know, things like the metagun, as it tends to work in fan fiction at least. And, you know, basing it on what let's go. The metagun conceptually is really intriguing to me, just as a thing that exists. Like genuinely in my heart of hearts, I think it's so fucking interesting. Fucking give him a nap. Let him rest. So introducing the metagun. So I have a lot of ideas for how the metagun conceptually works, which is that it basically is just a device that can turn into vapor and like aim with the medical fluid. It can like lock target essentially and you know, do that shit. And the medical fluid being the main like technology that Medic has made, that makes him basically a fucking god. And it's essentially just like, because like literally all of the shit that they do out on the field is they're getting like stabbed, right? So simply, of course, like the way it works in my mind is that it's a material, or it's made of a material that spurs on cell production. Yeah, he deserves to do whatever the fuck at this point. It's what he deserves. He gets one right, and it's the right to, I guess, play God. Fucking but yeah, dude just like made this fluid that spurs on cell reproduction, and makes it like work at 800 billion times the regular speed, which I think would also be extremely tiring for whoever it was used on, like as a general rule. But also, you know, also I have so many thoughts about how that would work theoretically. Theoretically, that would also, the bit with the teleporters giving them tumors, like cancerous tumors, that I guess makes sense to some degree. But more than that, the thing that would definitely like significantly raise the risk of cancer would be the fucking medical fluid, because there's no way to make cells work faster without also making them less good at what do. Like, that makes no sense to me, that they wouldn't also significantly increase risk of irregular, aka cancerous cells. sorry, I'm also just I'm really into sci-fi and like weird theoretical medical theory shit like that. I have 800 weird interests and I used all of them today. I wrote another fic that was just me, a lot, like there was an entire chapter dedicated to a character, aka me, rambling about like time travel theory. Like I love sci-fi shit so much. Um, like I invented like magic theory and like what mana is on like a cellular level in like a fantasy D&D setting I wrote. Like I give so much of a shit. Like on the D&D campaign I got invited to, my first question was, is it okay if I establish magic OSHA? Like it's my favorite shit in the world. Um, so when I so having all these ideas about how this worked, I introduced a couple of concepts, which is so Scout is blind. Well, it's you have to do cause and effect to some degree. So Scout is blinded because he ouchie burn eye by the enemy pyro. Um, so then the question becomes, why can't medic fix it? At which point I introduced one of my multiple headcanons about it, which is if you are outright missing like all of the cells for something, then it won't fix it. Like if you get your whole arm gone, it won't regrow your whole arm. Because weirdly enough, and that's been weirdly consistent across like things for medic, is like in Meet the Medic, the only thing that gets replaced to any degree is one of Scout's teeth, but even then, like, you know, that would theoretically make sense, assuming that there are still some of the cells in his gums. Sorry, it's gonna be a little bit of body horror to some of the shit I'm saying here. And then in I want to say it's in the Sound of Medicine, the Man vs. Machine one, when it's like piecing them back together from the dead, it is piecing them back together. Like it's not replacing anything that wasn't there, it's just putting them back together again. So it makes a lot of sense to me that if you got your arm off, then it couldn't put a new arm back because it doesn't know how where arm go. Again, it being that it makes you heal way faster and spurs cell production, and not that it just transmogrifies you into okay, you know. Like a healthy dose of reality science. So introducing that concept was a pretty good answer to why can't Scout just be okay again because Medic is a fucking wizard. The answer is no, he's not. That's not how it works. I've also used that theory in a lot of sick fic. Just like he can't use it to like cure the flu because it would basically just force like to me it makes sense that it can't distinguish between cells very easily, especially because in that one comic I don't think he straight up used the metagun on Archimedes, but he used a lot of the similar technology, which I assume medical fluids implemented in. It makes sense to me that it can't really distinguish between cells super easily, especially because the human body has a lot of organisms in it that are not the person, you know? And like, if you got shot in your guts, it's gotta fix your guts. Now I'm thinking about the Medic and Marasmus conversation. Okay, oh my god, okay, everyone fucking listen to me right now. I want the comic that's just Marasmus and Medic, and they have like a book club, and every week they go and they hang out at like a cafe, and they talk about their magic theory and their medical theory. And Engineer got invited once, and they told him to leave because he kept trying to be too correct about shit. He heard them talking their theoreticals and went, that's dumb, and so they uninvited him forever. Demo kind of wants to go, but also him and Marasmus are still kind of mad at each other. Okay, sidebar over, sorry. Still answering the same goddamn question. So introducing the problem of scout no see, scout no eyes no see, and medic going, I can't fix it because that's not how the medical fluid works. It's cell production. And literally promptly, I went, okay. He's mentioned before that he can like make new eyes, kind of. I also feel like at this point, two things. I think Medic has both gotten very tired of making new ones, and also it makes sense to me that he would maybe need one functioning eye to draw samples from, because that's what because Demo does have one functioning eye. If Scout has both of his very badly damaged, he might not, same way that he can't use the medical fluid because it doesn't have all the cells there to reproduce. It makes sense to me that he also couldn't get all the samples that he needed if he wanted to grow a new eye for Scout. So instead, I went, okay, what makes sense? During this, I did just a little bit of research on how the human eyes work and got super mad because they're bullshit. They're bullshit bananas bullshit. It's nothing. It's nothing. They're so silly. They don't work right. There's so much wrong with them. So I went, okay, let's just introduce a fucking curveball. One thing that I had thought of, independent of this fic, before I wrote this fic, is cosmetic has like a degree of self-heal, like a little bit. Like that's a game mechanic, is he has like a degree of self-heal. Kind of a little. So how does he do that? Is it just the fumes from the metagun? That would make sense. But then I saw, I don't even remember where I saw it, but someone went, what if he just gets like routine medical fluid injections so that he just like always has some in his system to fix his shit? Which is, I went, why wouldn't he do that to everyone? That's so fucking cool. And obvious answers being like, oh, well, you know, that takes forever and it's super annoying and everyone's being a baby about it. But, like, it's so fucking cool. My other concept is just medical fluid transfusion. Oh no, spoilers for next chapter. No, if you're here, you've probably read it. Fucking medical fluid transfusion, right? Like, a little bit in your blood. You can have some stuff in your blood, right? We've established that. That's what blood alcohol content is it's how much of your blood is now alcohol. And it would definitely have adverse effects because by introducing something into your system that isn't blood, that means there's less blood doing what it needs to do, which is things like carry energy and oxygen throughout your body. Is what your circulatory system is it's carrying materials and information throughout your body. Not in the same way that the nervous system does, but in an adjacent function. To way oversimplify it, I'm literally not a medical student, so I might be saying shit that's like downright incorrect, and if I am, I very much apologize. I'm not a professional. I learned a lot about first aid and a lot about like what the body is. Essentially by introducing this mechanic, the mechanic of now Scout has medical fluid blood, in a very, very low percentage, but a percentage nonetheless, with clearly, if the healing vapor can do so much with so little of it, because vapor is not dense. Not necessarily dense, and definitely not dense the way that they do it in TF2. Because it's so potent, I would say, the small amount that you would be able to have in your body, it makes sense that, makes a lot of sense to me that it would also, like, how to phrase it? it makes sense to me that it would also both be very effective and also have adverse effects, though, at a certain point. I already mentioned in the fic the bit about Scout's heart stopping a lot, um, because in my mind, I'm assuming that the medical fluid is a little bit thicker than blood, a little bit. Um, at which point, it also makes a lot of sense to me that like it would cause a lot of clotting, which is that's what a heart attack is. It's a clot in or around like your heart and arteries and shit like that. Um, it's your heart going, oh shit, shit's bad, and fucking up. So the medical fluid being introduced to the blood would definitely make your heart be working overtime, but also it would introduce it immediately healing, right? So what would happen is there would be a delicate balance you could find between adverse effects happening to the body as there is not enough blood to effectively do its job, immediately followed by it healing itself, because your blood reaches every part of your body very, very quickly. Most of the time that Medic was doing that was him just trying to introduce as much medical fluid as he could without killing Scout, and getting it wrong like a lot. The first time he tried, he was like, okay, let's do it, and just complete overkill, just like no reason to do that much. And then my idea is like from here on out, Medic keeps doing this shit to himself, like a little bit. And he has respawns, that's not a big deal. In his mind, his words, his mind. Fucking. So yeah, I've introduced a new mechanic, right? And so I need to introduce stipulations to it to make it so that it doesn't make sense that they would always do this all of the time. The big one being, this objectively sucks. This is not fun. On one hand, sure, maybe you could implement this on someone, but it won't last forever because the human body is in a constant state of regeneration. Yeah, it's just me going, okay, based on what information I have, this makes sense. So they wouldn't want to do this all of the time because it takes quite a while and everyone would have different levels and it wouldn't last forever because first of all they'd get like shot at in battle and that would deplete the amount that's in their system. And obviously medical fluid is a thing that does not exist. There's not a thing that does what it does. I have no idea what would do what it does. We're just assuming Medic has found a concoction that is capable of doing this. And capable of spurring on cell production at this level. I genuinely wouldn't know. My brain is just like, I don't know. It's just Gatorade, whatever. it's just fucking blue Gatorade. It's just that, whatever it's called, blue Gatorade, the light one, whatever. Fucking, literally, what was I just saying? So I've introduced the new thing of medical fluid as a thing, and you can do this to it, and make your blood, and then this crap meet the medic. Yeah, was that? Sorry, it's just a Gatorade commercial. Glacier Freeze, that's what it's called. It's just Glacier Freeze. Gatorade. After this stream, I need to write a note to draw Medic with fucking Gatorade. Because that's so funny to me. Talking about electrolytes. Electrolytes? What was I literally just saying? I'm not caffeinated, that might be my problem. Oh god, let me fix that very briefly. Took my sip. Just because to some degree, yeah, every time you introduce a new mechanic, you need to introduce stipulations to that mechanic. Speaking about mechanics, something engineer. Every time you introduce a mechanic, you need to introduce the stipulations, the reason you wouldn't use it all of the time, um, shit like that. So to some degree, introducing a mechanic like medical fluid but for blood is insane, and so I introduced a lot of stipulations. One of which being, even if you did this to somebody whose eyes were fully functional, it would be extremely disorienting. Um, and then also just nausea, just not great for walking around in. Just a kind of an unpleasant sensation. It would definitely induce like motion sickness. Um, you would be very prone to getting winded quickly. Um, your limbs would be much weaker than usual. Um, similar, similar to like, think of it like when you're on a blood thinner, and you're and you get like weird symptoms from it and stuff like that. Um, and then it also wouldn't last very long. In theory, it would just be for however much of the day, however much medical fluid medic would have needed to use healing that person. Instead, it's just in them. In my head, the med kits and stuff that they have are just like either like I sometimes assume it's needles, but also that I think some of them are a little bit they don't like those maybe. So maybe it's like fucking they pop it open and it's glacier freeze Gatorade. I think a lot of it's just like capsules that they just munch on like little fucking gushers, shit like that. So introducing this is a thing you can do. It means I have stipulations of why you wouldn't necessarily want to do this all the time. But maybe you want to do it some of the time, which is why I then promptly introduce another new stipulation, which is it would heal you extremely, extremely fast. It would not heal you immediately. Like, if you got guillotined, it wouldn't immediately fix it the second you're good. Because your heart would stop, meaning it would stop transferring it, right? It would stop circulating the medical fluid because it's in your blood now. And your heart moved to blood. Everyone's just chugging glacier. They're all sick of it. They're like, medic, make it a different flavor. And he goes, I didn't make it a flavor. What are you all talking about? Medic goes, it tastes like Pedialyte. What do you want about? So yeah, God. Every new mechanic needs to introduce effects, essentially. Cause and effect being a very relevant part of all storytelling. And God. Medic just does shit. Medic just does shit. I can't write him for very... This is the only time I felt like confident, like, yep, I got him. I did it. I did medic right. I did medic right. Because every other time I do medic, I'm like, I'm babying out of this. Why? I should really talk about the fact that the dude's like ape bananas. It's kind of relevant to his character. This man's. Bonk is just Bonk is the like, there's like cucumber Gatorade, whatever. Bonk is Powerade. I could talk for so long about put that on the list of things we're gonna talk about is Scout's caffeine addiction. War's not over yet. Yeah. Everyone lost their goddamn minds as well, which is very, very funny. It's true. I'm gonna try to eat one of these peaches now, and I bet it's gonna go bad. Oh, they're weirdly squishy. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah! I haven't gotten to read it fully yet, because we were supposed to close at 12. Usually we have an hour to clean up after we close, right? We were supposed to close at 12. No, we were supposed to close at 11 and then leave at 12, and the last customers left like half an hour after we were supposed to close. Oh my god, is that a busted peach? Boston Peach is named that because I wrote it for a friend of mine who went by the alias of Peach because this is the internet. It's Boston Peach. He was a trans guy, and he was like, man, I wish there was more content of these trans characters. And I went, I got you, King. And that's who the note is at, is my friend Peach, who I love dearly. Peach, if you're out there, Peach, please, I miss you. I liked your story about your OCs, the ones. Boston Peach. That's Boston Peach. That's true. You know something? That's true. Coming soon, Boston Noodle. It's a Pyro Scout fic. I'm sorry, that was real silly. I got real silly. There's so much there's so much that's happening right now. Let's see. We're not right. I Also, after I'm done with this, we will need to figure out when we're both free. Alright. I was telling a story and I forgot immediately. I'm so uncaffeinated, I'm very sorry. I don't take ADHD medicine, I just drink caffeine to self-medicate, which if you're an adult with ADHD, I would potentially recommend, especially if you have a degree of self-control and feel like you're okay with that. Sips my tea to calm down about it. What was I literally just saying? I didn't read it yet because I want to, read it with an attention span, and I got home like an hour later than I was supposed to, and then had to make dinner for myself. Because I make myself food before work, and then I make myself food after work, so that I eat regularly. And then I also snack at work because I work food service. And we're often not busy. And we have pretzels. 800% of my food intake at this moment, in terms of fruits and vegetables, is I just keep eating our strawberries. Don't tell my boss. Don't tell my boss they haven't agreed on the number for my raise yet, and it could get lower. They're also maybe gonna promote me, which is insane because I've only worked there for like 2 months. I don't think they know that. I don't think they know how long I've worked there. Because we have new owners now, who both rule. What they do is they do the cool small business thing of when someone calls out sick and we really need the extra help, they will come in and work. And they're still learning, but it's great. Eats another snack about it. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. We're going way over my ramble time, but that's okay. So I want to say it was it was either this chapter or the chapter before this one. I'm just gonna go back this chapter to point at them. Trigger warnings for, etc. One thing you will notice throughout this fic, up until, teenage years flashbacks, is a thing called, you never see Scout's siblings referring to him with a name or pronouns, because it is canon this just in, canon in the Running Blind universe, that Scout is a trans man in this. So I was very careful to not refer to Scout in the past with any particular name or pronouns up until a certain age. And I probably slipped up somewhere, but that's okay. I still refer to him as Jeremy because it is from his point of view. In his mind, he just is Jeremy, you know? That's just what his name is. And, like, you know, etc. And then, you know, later on, it becomes like a trans Scout. I want to say it was around chapter 7 or 8 that I was, at the time I was around when I joined a Discord server, and was, you know, talking to people about my writing and my fic and stuff like that. And I was talking to them before, it was definitely before I had finished Running Blind, but not before I'd written much of it. What I realized is, what do you mean, JK? So as I was writing this, someone just directly asked me, like, is Scout trans in this? And I went, I certainly haven't written him to not be trans. There's no reason he wouldn't be. So for much of it, and much more overtly in taking shots, I would say, there's me being very careful to not mention very specific things. So I think it's one reason I wouldn't. I've also been asked before if there would ever be anything particularly saucy happening in the Running Blind universe, like in Taking Shots, for example. And my answer is usually no, just because to some degree, every time I write trans people, I try not to fall into the thing of, and then you see them with their shirt off, with the exception of one of my characters who his bit is he never wears a shirt because he acts up, because it's extremely funny to me to have that as a character trope. But if I wrote anything saucy in the Running Blind universe, I would feel like to some degree it would be like, and then Scout takes his shirt off and he's Trangengar. Give me clout. I made Trangengar. And I hate shit like that. I will definitely reference it much more directly and increasingly as time goes on. I don't want to write anyone being outright transphobic for the sake of it, because that is also a trope I dislike a lot. But I want to keep referencing it more and more directly. Maybe even if it's just a moment of, like, Sniper being like, man, they do a really good job of never referencing Scout as a kid with, like, pronouns. Shit like that. Just because I want it to feel more organic. I feel bad that I haven't referenced it more clearly up until now, but again, like, I really don't want it to feel like, give me clout, please. I did the LGBTs. And yeah, obviously they're gay, but, like, you know. When it comes to things like characters being trans, I try to find ways to heavily imply it where possible. For example, I have a trans woman character in my campaign who I love her so much. Her bit is she is a lion tabaxi. They're cat folk basically, and she's a lion tabaxi, which is there's so much to unpack about the TFT universe. Why the fuck would there be homophobia? They put New Zealand in the ocean, like. Abraham Lincoln invented stairs because they just rocket jumped until then. Why the fuck will people be mad at the Tranganger? Okay, I was just saying, my lion tabaxi character, I love her. She's very fun. Part of her bit is because she's a trans woman. No one in Australia does gender because all of them are just are true masculine. Um, fucking line character. Part one bit with her that makes her very fun because I could immediately imply that she's trans is she has a mane that she's like cut down into a mohawk shape for the sake of style, while still being very visibly like feminine. And that's a favorite of mine just because I love that conceptually. That just shreds conceptually, and I immediately had to make her a character that was important to the plot. Yeah, in the TF2 universe, it makes so much sense to me that why the fuck wouldn't they be cool with the gays? How would that... When everything else is the way it is, why would people... Who would have the time to be upset? It makes no sense to me. Regardless, I should probably keep reading the fucking fanfiction, huh? I'm gonna take one more sip of my tea. We're out of milk and I'm very sad. Everyone lost their goddamn mind after the last chapter in Springfield. Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to reading. Womp, 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 womp. Chapter 13. Review. At 6:30 in the morning, the sedative that Medic gave Scout to calm him down and make him stop yelling still hasn't worn off, so he employs Heavy to carry the younger man to the meeting they'd all planned to have at 6:45. Unsurprisingly, everyone has shown up early, sat around the table, or stood around the room when they ran out of chairs. Medic, realizing that it might be a bit alarming to show up with Scout dangling lifelessly over Heavy's shoulder without any warning, enters the room first. He lived, he said, cutting to the chase. Regained roughly 5% of his vision, and I successfully played God. A sigh of relief went up around the table. Sniper, who hadn't managed to snag a chair, continued to practically vibrate with nervous energy in the corner of the small room. Then Heavy entered behind Medic and put Scout down on the boxes near the door, and the nervous energy somehow ramped up even further. Heavy took note of the sudden shift in posture from the Australian and gave him a glance. Doctor gave sedative to make the little man not panic, the giant said, and Sniper just gave a curt nod, glancing away. What got him so riled up? NG asked, glancing at Medic. Medic sighed. I managed to defy modern medicine, and he was angry that I didn't warn him about what I was doing, even when the end result did help his vision, Medic said, crossing his arms. That was not the intended result? Spy asked, frowning, standing up a bit straighter, narrowing his eyes. Then what was? I made him essentially invincible, Medic said proudly, standing just a bit taller. Silence met his words. What? Sniper finally asked. Doc, how in the hell did you manage that? Demo asked, eye wide. And why didn't you do it to anyone sooner? Well, first of all, I only had the idea about 7 days ago, Medic said. And secondly, it is a rather exhausting process to do on such a large scale, and the effects do not last forever. But what did you do? Spy asked. I replaced his blood with medical fluid, Medic said cheerfully. It was only the fact that Heavy knew it would happen that stopped Sniper from outright attacking Medic. Heavy managed to catch him in a bear hug, effectively trapping him before he could start a fight. The intent was certainly there, though. You did what? The Australian snapped. You bloody lunatic! Good God, Doc, how do you think that'd be a good idea? NG asked, appropriately horrified, along with the other members of the room, who also looked like they were considering having a fight with Medic just about then. We got blood for a reason. How'd he even survive? Oh, barely, but not for the reason you might assume, Medic said. I did not replace all of it, only about 30% or so. I found 30% to be roughly the amount that his body could handle without his heart stopping. Trial and error may not have been efficient, but it is effective. Heavy was actually having trouble holding Sniper back at that point, and considered just letting him go, wondering if a beatdown would maybe teach Medic some sort of lesson about ethical experimentation. As it stood, Medic looked appropriately nervous. His heart is beating now. Do not worry, her Sniper, Medic said, hands up by his own shoulders. And I feel as if we are skipping over how I made Scout invincible. We'll take Guard Dog out for a walk while you explain, Heavy said dryly before dragging the Australian out of the meeting room. Medic explained what he did. It was a good idea. That was the thing that had really gotten to the other mercs by the end of the explanation. It was a good idea. Usually, medical fluid would enter into the bloodstream, either via wounds or through the nasal passage in the lungs, and cause the body to overclock its process of cell reproduction. Wounds would rapidly heal themselves, and the recipient of the healing would also feel a massive boost of energy. By replacing almost a third of Scout's blood with medical fluid, he had suddenly had what was essentially the ultimate overheal. Also, Medic added, it was no plain old medical fluid. He'd been experimenting with the recipe and had managed to figure out how to alter how it healed. The batch he'd pumped Scout full of was a particularly fast-acting type and only activated when the nervous system registered pain. It had a few possible side effects, overall jitteriness and anxiety, shortness of breath, and the like, but Medic thought it was probably worth it. There was one downside, however, Medic warned. The medical fluid, although leaks faster than what he usually brought onto the battlefield, would not heal wounds instantaneously, and it didn't stop him from getting hit at all. This meant that Scout could, technically, still be killed in two very specific circumstances. If the enemy spy managed to backstab him, his uppermost vertebrae would be severed instantly, and the medical fluid would be unable to act before Scout died, mostly due to the complex nature of death by paralysis. And if the enemy sniper got just one shot through his skull, that would be that. Brain death would occur instantly. Besides that, nothing, not even a heavy's machine gun or an engineer sentry, could kill him as long as his skull remained intact. The table was quiet for a few moments. "Geez," Scout said from his place in the boxes, startling most of the room, who hadn't noticed that he was awake. "That's not ideal, but at least that means I won't be completely demolished out there, huh?" Medic nodded. It is not a permanent solution, but at the very least it buys us time. It will take roughly 3 days before your system flushes the remaining medical fluid from your body. "That's all fine and good, Doc," Angie said, sitting forward, "but if you can still hardly see anything, then what's he going to do out there?" "A good question, Tinkerer. Is there word yet about what type of mission we are having today?" Spy asked, looking over at Soldier. The man nodded, helmet wobbling. "Capturing intelligence from the blue sons of bitches," he replied crisply. "Could he stay in our intel room?" Angie asked. Pyro replied to him, and Angie hummed, nodding thoughtfully. "You're right, Pyro, especially since spies are exactly what he needs to avoid. That wouldn't be safe at all." "Nowhere is safe out on the glorious battlefield," Soldier cried, slamming a fist on the table for emphasis, causing it to shake. "Nowhere!" "Could the lad stay and resupply?" Demo asked. "No, that would be as good as not showing up at all," Spy said. "We would see him fried within the afternoon. Perhaps hide the boy in a crate somewhere. He's certainly small enough to fit." Pyro replied to that, and a few heads turned to Engie to translate. The firebug's saying all the crates are either flammable or metal. He'd be cooked alive and left with nowhere to hide. "We've been overlooking something," Medic said, pushing up his glasses, sounding amused. Everyone looked over at him. "It is really quite obvious." "Well, then why don't you explain it to the rest of us then, Smarty Pants?" Demo asked, looking visibly annoyed. "Let us ask Scout what he wants to do," Medic said simply. All eyes turned to the runner. Scout was clearly deep in thought. "So I definitely can't capture intel," Scout said, "and I can't think of anywhere on the ground that's safe. I could go up somewhere high to hide, one of the rooftops, but a soldier or Demo could find me and I'd be toast. So nowhere in the open air." He turned his gaze up towards the team. "So my biggest problems would be spies and their sniper," he asked. "Correct," Medic replied. "Well, I could just ask whoever's most used to dealing with those," Scout said. "Who's usually the main target of their sniper and spy?" There were a few beats of silence. Spy was the one who broke it. "Ugh," he groaned dramatically, tilting back in his chair. "Of course, you just had to choose him. What was I thinking? That we could have one match without it being immediately infested with your lovey-dovey nonsense? Unfathomable! Absolutely pas." Scout said, confused. But the other mercs were also putting two and two together with mixed reactions. Pyro was already bouncing in place, clapping softly and making little squealing noises. Engie was shaking his head, and Medic was resisting the urge to laugh, clearly having known the solution the entire time. Demo wasn't resisting his laughter at all. He was head down on the table, his cackling muffled by his arms. Soldier seemed to be thinking hard. "I suppose there is no choice," the military man finally said, mind clearly made up. "Men, for this upcoming battle, we will be having 2 wimpy, lily-livered, spot-camping cowards in our sniper's nest. What a day to be an American." "To be fair," Medic said, "I think he has already proven to be a very effective guard dog. I don't believe any other member of the team would be quite so... what's the word? Single-minded." "You're right on that one," NG agreed, "and our soldier boy here has the black eye to prove it. Not to mention, I reckon he'd be fighting for the job tooth and nail if he were here. Wouldn't trust us with the job, that's for damn sure. If it did not make sense, I would have disagreed with this plan on the principle of I hate that man," Spy said bitterly, "but unfortunately, it's the safest option we have." "For real?" Scout asked, looking around all the mercenaries around the table. "That's the plan then? I hide out with snipes?" "Yes," Medic said, "but we'll need to Have to give him the briefing on the way to the battlefield. It's only 15 minutes until our mission begins. A murmur of assent went around the table. Spy stood. It seems we are done here, the Frenchman said, drawing out a cigarette in one smooth, singular motion, poised and professional. We must take our leave. Gentlemen, failure is not an option. Do not allow our opponents a single step onto our grounds. Today, we protect both our briefcase and our teammate. Only one of the two can be retrieved again if it is lost. So, we must either fight like men or die like rats. He sparked his lighter and lit his cigarette, flicking it off again and stowing it away. He ran his gaze over the room, taking a long drag. When he next spoke, his voice was ice cold. And if you fail? French phrase. And with that, they began to make their way to the battleground. They made it outside the base without problem, talking amongst themselves, when suddenly Demo called out. Hey, Laddie's awake, we're heading over, he called, presumably to Sniper and Heavy. Scout stopped dead in his tracks, and several of the others stopped too, curious of what was up. Where are they at? Scout asked Demo, who pointed. After looking in that direction for a bit, he nodded and looked back at NG. Hey, we'll pick this conversation up later, gotta take care of something. Alrighty, NG said, unoffended. Scout moved to pull his hat to sit more firmly in place, quickly rechecked his laces to see if they were tied. What exactly needs doing, if you don't mind me asking? You'll see, Scout said, and looked back in the direction of the two approaching mercs, and he broke into a dead sprint. The two figures were pretty easily distinguishable just by size alone. Also from the fact that when Sniper saw Scout sprinting towards him, he stopped and called out, Scout, where are you? Booger! The Australian cried out as he was full-body tackled to the ground, and they were both sent rolling, sprawling into the dirt. Scout ended up lying face up, his legs over Sniper's stomach. He winced a bit at the pain in his exposed arms, but it subsided almost as soon as he noticed it, leaving him without injury, or really any consequence he would usually have from tumbling across the ground. Sniper, however, groaned from where he was lying. He was also face up, it seemed. In the distance, the rest of the team was either hollowing or whistling or yelling at them about it was not the time. Hey, Legs, Scout started. Remember that time you made fun of me because I was in the church choir? Sniper made a vague noise. Yeah? He said, clearly confused. Well, fuck you. Now we're even, Scout said. There were a few beats of silence, and Sniper was wheezing, shaking with laughter. He pushed Scout's legs off his stomach and sat up, picking up his hat and dusting it off. You're a real piece of work. You know that? He said, giving Scout a fond look as he pulled his hat back on. Just a smile, this warmth that Scout could hardly miss, even with his eyes all messed up still. I know, Scout said with a grin, mimicking Sniper's motion as he fixed his own hat where it had gone crooked. The expression fell away and was replaced with mild horror. Wait, you can see now? Yep, Scout said happily. Not great, everything's all weird and out of focus and don't see it right, but I can see a lot of stuff. Oh, Sniper said, glancing away, some fidgety, flushing. That's good. Yeah, so that means I caught that look you gave me just now, Casanova. Scout confirmed, just smirking, watching as Sniper slowly caved in on himself, pulling his hat down over his face. Now that can't be the new nickname, he mumbled, embarrassment rolling off of him in waves. Yeah, but it can be, though. Well, you two, please come join the rest of the team, Spy yelled from where everyone else was standing. I do not wish to see disturbing public displays of affection. You're French, was all that Sniper shouted back, which sent most of the team off and roaring with laughter, and with a few confused exceptions. Sniper just grinned, though, standing and offering a hand to pull Scout to his feet. Scout accepted it, also grinning. I'll keep working on the nickname thing, Scout said. You do that. Meanwhile, I do believe I made a promise, eh? Sniper said, and he pulled off his hat, then reached down beneath the collar of his shirt. Scout blinked, feeling a wave of some unnamed strong emotion as Sniper fished Scout's dog tags out from beneath his shirt, moving to pull them up and off, then replacing his hat. I believe these belong to you, he said, offering the tags. And now that Scout could see Sniper's body language, he suddenly seemed about 1 billion times more unintentionally charming than he'd been before. Scout accepted the tags, pulled them on over his head, felt them thunk in a satisfying way against his chest as they fell into place. Thanks, Snipes, he said with more sincerity than he was used to speaking. Sniper was looking at him, and it took a second for Scout to map out his expression. Intense was the way he'd describe it, an intensity that Scout hadn't really gotten to see before. A few beats passed, and Scout didn't speak or begin walking towards the team, some unknown force holding him back. He was glad he did, because Sniper spoke a moment later. You lived, he breathed, as if he was just then realizing it, just then processing what it meant. As if he hadn't been able to really believe it just yet. He looked at Scout with all the weight of that realization, all the understanding, all the awe. Bloody hell, you lived. Then Scout was swept up into a nearly crushing embrace, Sniper burying his face into the juncture of Scout's neck and shoulder in a surge of affection and relief and protectiveness and vulnerability, an embrace that was returned without any protest or hesitation, even though Sniper was lifting him off the ground. Yeah, of course I did, Scout said, a bit more quietly than he was used to talking, and his own voice was a little hoarse. I promised, remember? They would release each other in a bit. They would let go and walk over to the rest of the group, who the two had tuned out, the majority of which were cheering and hollering at the display, with a few exaggerated protests mixed in for flavor. In a bit, they'd walk over, and the team would begin briefing Sniper on their plan as they continued on towards the battlefield. Scout and Sniper would push their own emotions aside, just enough to do their job as best they could, and that would be that. But not yet. No, for the moment, they just stayed there, and they embraced, and they breathed. Scout could tell that Sniper was torn on whether or not he was glad to be put in charge of Scout. On one hand, he wanted to be able to readily defend the runner. On the other, that meant that Scout's life was ultimately Sniper's responsibility. It was a lot of pressure. But he seemed to be holding it together at least. Nick was quickly relaying as much information as he could, listing off what he had already told the other. Heavy was also listening, walking on Medic's other side, but that wasn't out of the ordinary. What was out of the ordinary was the piece of equipment that Sniper pulled from his locker once they reached the building they would be defending. Sniper's rifle was slung over his back, his kukri hanging at his belt, but instead of an SMG, he pulled out of his locker a bow? Scout asked, sure that he was just seeing wrong. Yep, Sniper said, also pulling out a quiver. It hung on the opposite side of his belt as the kukri, arrows sifted through his cursory check. You can shoot a bow? Scout asked, impressed. Yeah, of course, I can shoot just about anything, Sniper replied, stocking up his ammunition. But today I'll mainly be shooting at anything that so much as looks towards our tower. Scout just nodded at that, turning to his own locker where he pulled out his baseball bat, pistol, and scattergun. He managed to gear up with the majority of his things by muscle memory, as his eyes really weren't much help to him. If he turned his head too fast, the flashes of colors and brightness of everything made him dizzy. He was blinking away the motion sickness when he heard someone walking up next to him. Laddie, the medicine woman told me to give these to you. Medic said with a grin, holding something out to him. I thought, well, bloody hell, they look awful familiar, eh? Scout took the object and instantly recognized the sunglasses he'd been given before, what felt like months ago already. He grinned, slipped them onto his face, and was delighted to see that everything got just a little bit more tolerable to look at. Thanks, Cyclops, Scout said, and Emma just gave him a hearty pat on the back before moving away. Most of the team had assembled at the opposite end of the room to talk about how they'd orchestrate their opening charge. It was clear that nobody was playing around this match. He wondered if the Blues were expecting them to be this serious on the first match after a long ceasefire. But he and Sniper wouldn't be a part of their initial charge. They would be moving right away to get to the Sniper's nest way up above. It only had one entrance, and Scout's job was to watch it while Sniper did his thing. Simple enough. He just needed to keep a level head so his vision didn't black out on him like before in the infirmary. Piece of cake. He returned to the last part of his routine, taping up his hands, when he felt Sniper stop moving just to his side on the bench. He glanced up and saw Spy standing in front of him, his head presumably turned towards Sniper. No, yeah, he was definitely looking at Sniper because Scout could tell from the way that Sniper was practically bristling that they were staring each other down. Sniper didn't move. Spy didn't move. Scout had frozen the moment he realized what was going on. Bushman? Spy started to say, voice dripping with venom, but he paused for a minute, stalled. When he continued, there was considerably less distaste in his tone, instead of sort of forced politeness. You understand what will happen to you if you fail your task, we? You'll kill me, Sniper asked, unfazed by the words, tone a bit dull. Obviously, however, not just me, Spy replied. He was holding a cigarette. At least the fifth one in the past half hour, Scout knew, a mental tally he was keeping in the back of his head. If the boy dies, our entire team will kill you. Painfully, repeatedly, or, if you are very fortunate, swiftly. We will hunt you down, and we will kill you as many times as it takes to feel as if you have been adequately punished for your catastrophic, unforgivable, irreversible failure. We will be testing the true limits of our respawn technology, putting more strain on it than it has ever had to withstand before. You will die, over and over, until we all believe you have learned your lesson. That is not a threat, it is a promise. Do we understand each other? Sniper's head tilted down, and his shoulders shook with silent laughter. Scout stared. Spy stared. Sniper took off his hat for a moment, carting his fingers through his hair and putting it back on again. Only then did he look back up at Spy, smiling faintly. Don't you worry, Spook, Sniper said, a wariness in his tone that caught Scout off guard. If he dies, your best bet is to find me and respawn. Because if I didn't die keeping him safe, then I'd already off myself long before you would have ever reached me. The two stared at each other for another few moments. Scout hardly dared to breathe. Overhead, the 1 minute mark was announced. Spy finally hummed appraisingly, taking the pull from his cigarette, considering. Well, I'm glad that we have an understanding, Bushman. Thought we already had an understanding, Spook, Sniper replied. A pause, and then Spy nodded. "Touché," he said. He turned crisply, moving to walk away. "Do not disappoint me," he called behind him without turning, voice lofty, raising a hand for a loose wave. "Give him hell, mate," Sniper called back. A pause, then Sniper was closing his locker, adjusting his hat. He turned to Scout just as the 30-second point was called over the loudspeaker. "Best get going to our gate," he said over the noise. And Scout nodded, snapping out of his reverie, finishing up his tape and closing his own locker quickly. They were at the gate, standing side by side, staring out. Scout had his baseball bat in his hand already. He quadruple-checked his laces, cracked his knuckles, rolled his ankles. His sacred pre-match ritual. Sniper had his bow ready, arrows already knocked. Scout could hardly hear the countdown over his heart thrumming. The gate hardly had time to drop before they sprang into action. He followed Sniper to the nest. It was nearby, only a short run, and they met no opposition. Sniper gestured for Scout to climb up first, then he scaled the tower quickly and with relative ease despite his vision flashing in and out. Be calm, he reminded himself. Calm. It was fairly dim in the nest itself, and roomier than Scout had expected. Sniper moved to the window, half boarded up, and peeked out for a moment before turning to Scout. "Right, sit over there," he said, pointing, and Scout followed his instructions. "Back to the wall. Can't backstab what you can't get behind. If you stay there, you got no clear line of sight out to the field. You can't see them, and odds are they can't see you neither. That's what we're looking for." The Sniper was standing before the window, pulling an arrow back, murmuring to himself faintly about wind speed, added weight, the arc. Numbers, a slow movement as he adjusted, a calm falling over him as he stopped being Sniper and instead started being a sniper. "What are you doing?" Scout asked curiously. "Sending a message," he replied evenly, and then with a simple, light twitch of his fingers, he let the arrow fly. In the blue base, the team was setting up defenses, preparing for the usual cavalry charge that the Reds often pulled. To be fair, their own Scout, Soldier, and Pyro had already run off to do the exact same thing. Blue Engineer looked up with mild alarm as an arrow impaled itself into the wall beside the door frame with a resounding thunk. He then frowned, pulling it loose with a hearty tug. "Sniper?" he called, and Blue Sniper looked over at him, raising an eyebrow. "Take a look at this?" The taller man moved over and looked over the arrow, frowning as he took it, pulling loose the piece of paper stuck to it. "Must be from the other one," he said, and the Blue Engineer's eyebrows rose over his goggles. The Blue unfolded the paper and read it. After a moment, his head tilted slightly to one side, and he read the message again, eyes scanning over it a second time. "What does it say?" the engineer asked, loudly enough for their medic, in the process of overhealing their heavy, to glance over as well, curious. He just turned the paper around and held it up, confusion reading clear on his face. Blue Engineer read aloud as their medic and heavy moved over to listen. "Our Scout is off limits until further notice. Do not look for our Scout. You won't like what you find if you do. This is your one and only warning. Sincerely, fuck you. Reliable excavation and demolition." There was a heart drawn at the bottom. It had a bullet hole in it. Not a drawn bullet hole, a literal, physical bullet hole, though the heart had been drawn at the bottom of the page. Just inside the base, they heard the telltale swishing noise of Respawn spitting someone out, followed by quickly another and another. Their Soldier and Pyro came jogging out, going back to the fray, Blue Scout trailing behind, looking miffed. "Jeez Louise, don't know what the hell got into them, but those guys seem pissed," Blue Scout said. He stopped when he saw the dumbfounded expression of his teammates, deciding that the preferable option to dying instantly the moment he caught sight of the red mercenaries. He moved over and glanced over the note, blinking. "The hell?" More swishing from Respawn, Blue Spy slinking out of the base looking sour. He caught sight of the small crowd and moved over, already glaring. "What is this?" he asked, glancing it over. "Message from the Red Sniper," Thurangi said, scratching the back of his head, "saying their Scout is off limits and to leave the boy alone?" The spy scowled, pulling out his knife and flipping it open. "I do not listen to our opponents, especially Red Sniper," he spat, and he was off into battle again. They glanced between themselves. The engineer shrugged. They returned to the battle, still somehow blissfully oblivious to the hell about to rain down upon them the moment that the Reds reached their base. End of chapter. Dad's 5 moments. Spy like, finally my son is in love. Oh god damn it. Anyone but him. Anyone else. I hate him, please. Yeah. Scout. I like to think that Scout does genuinely respect Spy quite a lot. Like, in my heart of hearts. God help you poor unhappy souls, yeah. I deeply, deeply enjoyed writing Spy this chapter. Just because now it's... we all watched Expiration Date, right? One, he's so fucking dramatic. He's so goddamn dramatic for no reason. To be fair, kind of a dramatic moment in all of their lives. Um, my pronunciation of French is so bad, I was not even gonna try. Divo aid, pover, ame, malhuer, what? Malhuer, wissy. Wait, god damn it. My part of my problem is that my Spanish pronunciation keeps trying to sneak in. Do the aid, povet, pavret. I'm also. Here's a fun fact you might not know about me. I'm maybe dyslexic. As I'm rapidly learning, every time I read a word I can't immediately identify, especially when it comes to other languages, I can't do it. Pauvres. Pauvre. Divu aid pauvre ami ame never mind. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, tasty pacing. I really fell into a rhythm by that point. Cinnamon topography. Some of these moments I did enjoy, like a cinnamon topography. I also enjoy finally I can describe what Spy is doing. So he's like lights a cigarette, takes a hit off of it and flicks it away. Like fucking what kind of yeah, very valid. Pet your dog for me. He's so goddamn dramatic. He's just cause I do theater, right? Especially at this point, I was doing theater, so character movement, and also like I do D&D, and I was doing it in person quite a lot around this point. The way I do it cinematic is beautiful. So like character movements are very important to me. That's half the reason I wrote the fic of Scout being blind, is because I relied so heavily on like character movements when I did not need to. And this was just I get to write him being a dramatic bastard. You know his name is Bilbo? Fuck yeah! Hell yeah, dude. It's a good dog. That's a good dog right there. So my girlfriend specifically asked I don't mention something, so I'm gonna mention it. So it's not her fault. It's not her fault. I was Jesus. Someone's got places to be outside. Hell yeah. Oh hell yeah, dog. I was quite young when I read RB. Young enough to surprise a lot of people. I was not, like fucking 32 and sitting in my armchair in like a robe with a pipe, telling this tale. I was relatively young, but I was not necessarily very young at writing. By the time I wrote Running Blind, I had quite a lot of writing under my belt already. I'd probably been writing for about 7 years at that point. And having maybe a couple years before this fic really started to hit my stride with what I do and what I like writing. And every long form thing I ever write very much affects the way that I write in the future. Even now, some things that I won writing awards for back in high school. I read them now and I'm like, oh, that was foreshadowing for a character I would make later, or a story premise I would make later. You can really tell that this fic takes place right after I wrote a very sci-fi heavy thing. I actually wrote this fic while avoiding writing a fic about time travel. So you can really tell sometimes that I love sci-fi too goddamn much. Yeah, it's very much impacted the way that I write just having. This was also one of the first very, very, very long form, 60,000 words. At one point, I pulled up like a list of other like books and stories that are this long, and it blew my goddamn mind. But like this is book length as opposed to short story length, or like pamphlet length, and it impacted a lot of the way I write in the future. I don't think I would ever quite format a fic the same way ever again. And immediately into taking shots, I started being much more conscious of how long I take doing certain things, because much of the fic, nothing happens up until about, I want to say, like, yeah, it would have been chapter 10. The first 9 chapters of the fic, not much happens, and there's 17 chapters in it. It's a lot of establishing mood, establishing premises, explaining character relationships. There's so many ways I would approach it differently. The big one that I mentioned last time at length was I so badly wish I'd had more conversations with the rest of the mercs during the course of this, specifically Demo Man. If I had routine, regular sidebars that were Scout and Demo talking, the fic would have dramatically improved, because Demo and Scout both have very interesting and complex relationships to ideas like family and responsibility and being a mercenary. And not even necessarily on the basis, it would definitely start on the basis of Scout being like, what's this like? Because he, lost both of his eyes, but, Demo lost one at one point. He went, how long did that take to get used to? And, like, Scout potentially dealing with the concept of just never having his eyes fixed, and, like, more complex conversations about, like, disability. One thing I definitely felt weird about was, how to phrase it? One thing I definitely felt weird about was, especially after I finished writing it, looks at the dog picture. Especially after I finished writing it, was 1-800 curing. That's a very good dog. That's such a good dog. I'm gonna take my birth dog. Okay. Curing blindness being a not great trope, especially in context, and also, like, as I continually did research for the fic, a lot of people with blindness are not, it's not just blackout, it's, sometimes you can tell things like light levels, things like that. You're not necessarily just completely incapable of seeing. Being legally blind does not mean you're just incapable of any sight at all. In this case, that's what I did, because the level of damage I needed to do to justify why the metagun wouldn't work was such that made sense to me. But there are some parts of the fic that I understand to be a little bit insensitive, and I'm very aware of that now. I wasn't as aware of it when I wrote the premise. At the time, my main focus was more trying to adequately have conversations about mental health, and about grief. I would, if I rewrote it, which I'm never going to, I'm committed to leaving it as it is, with the only edits being for accessibility purposes. If I ever rewrote it, I would have, it would be extended by another 60,000 words, as I just had Demo and Scout talk. This is assuming I'd learn how to write Demo, because I'm so bad at it. I try so hard, but I'm not good at it. But yeah, that's one thing I think about a lot. Unrelated to that, to the thing my girlfriend said, please don't talk about this, because, also knew her at the time, we've been dating for quite a while. There was, I don't think it was this, and I don't think it was this, but there is, at one point during the fic, because I am not fluent in French. I am not. I do not speak French. I don't know how. Never learned. I took Latin in high school because I was hoping to one day learn more about other languages, and instead, I'm a fool. And I never did. It happens. So, I used a translator for this, and then I had two people, one of whom was semi-fluent in French, who I knew, and then others who were just like taking French classes and had reference material that I could check. So I just found a translator, tried to edit as best that I could so that shit made sense, and then presented it to them like, does this work? And there was a phrase in here that I don't even remember what it was. No, it was absolute pot. It was, which I guess literally translates very differently than the colloquialism, but at the time, because I was very tired, she was like, yo, she just looked at it and like didn't understand the colloquialism and just like wasn't sure what I was trying to write with it. And so she went, what is this supposed to say? And I was just so fucking tired. I went, I don't know. I don't know. God damn it, I don't know. Something. It says something. just something. She went, what the fuck? What do you mean? And I got to another friend and they went, yeah, it's fine. So that's literally fine. And she's very embarrassed about it. But in her defense, I had no I wrote it and then like blacked out and went, is it good, sir? What is that? And it's fair. You're French. God. Yeah, everyone in this fic at a certain point is Scout's dad or uncle or best friend. That's Pyro. Pyro's Scout's best friend. They're best friends. I want them to be friends. I want them to hang out. I want them to have movie nights. Yup. My German is even worse than my French. My Spanish is at least like fucking passable. Right? Like, as was then, probably demonstrated when I wrote about Dia de Muerto with my fucking Latino pyro headcanons. My French is so shit. The one thing I'll give myself credit for is I always tried to factor in the fact that French includes pronouns within words a lot of the time. So I would try my best to, chokehold the translator into fucking doing shit correctly so I didn't have any cringe moments. Spy being dramatic is my favorite shit. It's reading at the time when I was writing this, I'm like, God, Spy's so cool. And I'm like, man, what a dickhead, like a little bit. Now he seems much less impressive to me, but I find it makes it better, in my opinion. I like it better that he's kind of just being a dickhead. Part of this bit here that I wanted to talk about was time is passing when Scout's not in the room, right? Right. Like, things are happening when Scout's not there. And one of the things that happened was the period of time between, because Scout left to go get surgery, and then literally like a whole day passed. Everyone else was alive and conscious and a person during that time. So, like, you can expect they were probably having a bad day. It happens. During that time, oh yeah, forgot to. That's a really good dog. I love that dog. That's a good dog. I want to pet that dog. So during that time, there were a number of conversations between Spy and Sniper, during which Sniper had suspected from other things, but had confirmed that Spy is his dad. So Sniper at this point is completely aware. They thought we already had an understanding. Spy already gave him a shovel talk off screen at one point. That happened. That was a thing that happened. Is the spy gave him a shovel talk, and it's very funny. I think during the shovel talk, Sniper was like Spy was like doing his dramatic thing, you know, lighting the cigarette, taking it hit off of it, like fucking grinding it out against the table dramatically, and then Sniper just cut in like, "So you are his dad?" And Spy went, "Shut up, no, I'm not." Because Spy sucks. I need to make them all awful and dumb. It's so important to me. No absent father rights. Zero absent father rights. Ow, man. Do not disappointment, he called. Unlike Scout. Another mean thing. When a blind man to a knife fight. God. That's a funny fucking joke. Prepare for the part where I don't know how to write fight scenes. So I didn't. So I didn't. Heavy literally just eventually put Sniper down, but had him by the back of the shirt and literally just walked him in a circle around the base. That's all. He just grabbed Sniper by the back of the shirt and literally took him on a walk. The magic of titles. Titles are the one thing I'm less self-conscious about writing, I guess. But even then, Heavy just literally took him on a walk. That was them seeing them outside was towards the end of the walk. They assumed it would take a little bit. I like to think it was like a lot of Sniper being annoyed and Heavy just not saying, because that's Heavy's tactic, right? Is people say shit at him and he says goddamn nothing. He fucking stands there and waits for them to shut up. And then I think eventually Heavy was just like, he's alive, calm down. No, feel better. Feel better, send you soup. Send you soups. Literally just took him on a walk. It was just like, you need to breathe and calm down, and so made him go on a walk. It did work. If it works, it works. And I think there was probably a moment where Sniper was like, "Are you not mad at Medic?" And Heavy was like, "I'm always a little bit mad at Medic." And Sniper went, "Ah, so your relationship is like that then?" And Heavy went, "You heard nothing." And like tightened his grip on Sniper's collar, and Sniper went, "I heard nothing." What conversation? Sniper said. There was no conversation, and Heavy said there sure wasn't, and sure won't be, and then it was quiet. Maybe at most Heavy just like kind of talking to Sniper about like, you know, how's stuff? You know, how's stuff, man? What's up? How's your week? Just trying to get a bearing on whether Sniper's like doing okay. Which he never is. He's not. Sniper have a depressing. Sniper have a whole depressing. Regardless. Sniper, the most angry anyone has ever seen him, and Heavy, the most tired. He's like, God damn it, this fucking shit. Because they've kind of had to. That's my thing, is I like to think that every once in a while, Sniper has like a temper, and every once in a while he'll just like snap. And they never saw it happen much up until he was like defending Scout, and they keep calling him the guard dog, especially when Scout's not around. Because anytime Scout's brought up, Sniper is like hand on the hilt of his knife, like, what'd you fucking say? He loves it. He loves it. He loves feeling useful to people. Because he's German. Okay. Went a little bit over my ramble timer, but that's okay because I knew it was going to happen. Who messaged me? Regardless. Sorry, I had to answer a task. Task. Fucking and I just like end the stream and walk away. Symptoms. Can't believe he has symptoms. I'm gonna start reading again just because I'm rapidly realizing maybe just because it's fewer chapters doesn't mean it's shorter chapters, because it's not, because they're longer chapters now, so I should probably read. Chapter 14. Brought a blind man to a knife fight. Scout wasn't sure how long it had been, but the buzzing in his veins was getting worse by the second, and he really didn't like it. Sniper was silent because he needed to be in order to keep their position quiet. As far as the Blues knew, Sniper might have taken up residence in one of the other dozens of places to shoot from. As long as he didn't miss, they couldn't track his bullets, and the individual sound of a single rifle was completely indistinguishable from the other noises on the battlefield. They were hidden. Scout was safe. But his veins were still buzzing with energy. The crack of a shot being taken, the clack-clack of the manual bolt on the rifle. Aces, Sniper murmured to himself, satisfied. You all right back there, mate? Yeah, Scout replied, keeping his voice down. You talk to yourself up here? Sniper tilted his head in an approximation of a shrug. Sometimes, he replied. You? Yeah, I think we all kind of do that, actually, Scout said. Silence fell again. Scout's leg wouldn't stop bouncing, and he'd started chewing on his fingernails just for something to do. He watched Sniper work for a little bit to calm his nerves. After a few moments, Sniper slid his finger onto the trigger, the movement only noticeable by the fact that it was the only movement. A pause. Hold still, he murmured, voice hardly above the breath. Crack, clack, clack. Scout returned to looking at the entrance. It was a ladder up, meaning a heavy probably couldn't get up it, but there wasn't a hatch anymore. It had been blasted off at some point, or broken, or something. It was uncovered. They couldn't really bar anyone from actually entering the nest outside of shooting them before they could get up the ladder. Crack, clack, clack. That helmet ain't gonna save ya, Sniper said, nearly too quiet to hear, a bit of humor in his tone. Scout grinned to himself for a second before it faded again. Just watch the entrance, don't get distracted. How long had it been? He was winning. Usually Scout knew pretty much every move being made, and he could report back about weak points, about sentry nests. Now he just had to listen hard to the gunfire coming from outside, hoping it wasn't coming closer, that he was just imagining things again. But he's still bouncing his legs, still chewing his nails, only there's hardly any nails to chew, really, and already both index fingers were bleeding a bit, and his mind was buzzing with what-ifs. Because the fight might really be coming closer, in all the confusion someone could get up here. They might kill Sniper, they might throw Scout off the nest to the ground below. Would that kill him instantly too, like a bullet to the head? Or would he need to play dead until the fight moved away from him? He didn't realize his vision had blacked out until it was too late, and his heart was pounding, and cold sweat was collecting on the bridge of his nose, threatening to make his shades slide off. He fought to steady his breathing, to focus. He needed to calm down. The gunfire wasn't coming closer, he was still safe, nobody could get near them, Sniper was good at his job. Crack, clack, clack. He wasn't in any danger just then, he just needed to breathe. To make his legs stop shaking, and make his hands stop shaking, and everything would be fine. He blinked rapidly, waving his hand in front of his own face and exhaling. He would be fine. They'd get the briefcase, and the mission would end, and they could all go back to the base, and he'll have proven his ability to survive, and he would be able to recover even further. He was fine. He tried to even out his breathing, waiting for the blackness to subside so he could crack, clack, clack. Creak. Scout froze, blood going cold. He heard Sniper shifting, looking back at him. Hanging in there? Sniper half whispered, sounding confused. Scout didn't reply, straining his ears. Sniper shifted further, turning further towards him hesitantly. Mate? Scout turned his head up towards Sniper, still blinking rapidly. Sniper muttered a curse. Gone dark? Sniper asked, but his tone suggested he already knew, and Scout heard him moving from the crate he'd been sitting on, instead sitting beside it. Alright, no need to go wigging out on me, love. How's this? I'm out of that other wanker's line of sight for now. I lie low for a bit, not take any shots, it'll throw him off for a while. Make him think I'm moving to a different sight line. Besides, sounds like our lads are really giving the poor buggers a run for their money. I'm the least of their worries. How are you so sure? Scout asked, voice tight, and he knew Sniper was probably right, but there was still this nagging sensation. Or was that just the transfusion throwing him off? Either way, his heart was still racing. He heard Sniper turn to the window for a moment. Well, our medic just popped an Uber on heavy, Sniper said, trying for humor. Don't think their morale is terribly high. Scout nodded. Okay, well, you should probably still keep watch though, right? In case anyone tries to come up here? I don't know, I'm just a little paranoid. Thought I heard something. No, I get it. After the first few backstabs, I get a touch jump it too, Sniper replied. But I'll keep an eye. No need to get sloppy just because we're doing well. Scout nodded, and Sniper returned to his place on the crate by the window, moving to reload his gun as he idled. The sound was satisfying and put Scout a bit at ease. Sniper wasn't any old pushover, he was a mercenary just like the rest of them. An assassin who'd been doing this for quite some time, who knew how to do his job correctly. Scout was worrying over nothing, and he listened to the steady tick-tick of a weapon being reloaded. Creak. Within only a second, Sniper was on his feet, and his kukri was drawn. A beat of pause. You hear that? He asked, and Scout nodded, mouth dry. Bugger. Alright, keep your head down. The sound of a revolver firing seemed to echo in the small space, making Scout's ears ring and his entire body flinch backwards instinctively towards the wall, clattering into the half-rotting wood. But it hadn't been fired at him. Sniper cried out in pain, and Scout heard him lashing out, the gun being struck away and clattering to the floor, a curse in French and the familiar metallic sound of a balisong flicking open. Metal striking against metal, metal slicing through flesh, blood splattering, grunts and hisses of pain. Those four sounds filled the room, coming in quick succession. Scout wanted to help because two on one, the spy wouldn't stand a chance. But he couldn't. He had no way of telling whether he would hit his own spy or his own sniper. So instead, he was left standing off to one side, waiting for one of them to die with the feeling of horrible, nauseating deja vu turning his stomach to rot. Time passed. Scout didn't know how long. He stood up, pulled out his bat. He prayed. They were both very rapidly cutting each other down. He heard Sniper give a wet cough. Scout, he cried, and then there was a sudden movement, and a body tumbled to the wooden floor lifelessly, only a meter away from Scout. It did not stir. The sound of labored breathing echoed throughout the room, which was still buzzing with the aftershocks of a knife fight. Mate, he heard Sniper breathe from where he'd leaned on the opposite wall from him, pain obvious in his voice. That was way too close. He took a step towards Scout, who raised his bat in defense. He stopped. What's wrong? He asked, and Scout tried to stop his knees from shaking. Stay back, he barked, sounding significantly braver than he felt. Have you gone mental? Sniper asked, and he coughed wetly again. It's me, mate. Okay, sure, you're my buddy Snipes, and not the enemy spy in disguise. How about this? Fucking prove it, Scout said, poised to fight, teeth bared. Alright, that's about fair. Ask me anything, Sniper said agreeably, and Scout paused. Why am I up here in the nest? To keep you safe. Your eyes aren't working and you need protected, Sniper said. You hurt my eyes. They're pyro. Have you carried you off the field? Well, what's the nickname you started calling me? I mean, the pet name? I call you Love sometimes. Scout hesitated for a moment at the warmth in his tone, the mild sheepishness. It felt familiar. It really did. He wanted to believe it, and that was what scared him so much. Come on, don't you trust me? Sniper asked, sounding a little bit hurt now, a bit affronted. I take care of you, I'll keep you safe and help you for all this time while your eyes are healing, and you can't recognize me? You don't know the difference between me and a bloody spook in a costume? Scout's expression darkened. I do know the difference, Scout said, a note of danger in his voice. His fear was quickly falling away, rapidly being replaced by anger. You and Demo made a bet about it, remember? Right, we did, Sniper agreed after a second, recollection fading in. And that was our own spy as well. He knows me better than the Blue Anchor. No, actually, that wasn't the way it happened, Scout replied, turning his bat over in his hands, taking a step forward, glowering. It was everyone but Demo who made the bet. Mate, you can't expect me to remember a little detail like that, Sniper said, sounding a bit betrayed and a bit annoyed. Scout considered it, and after a second he relented, bat dropping from where he'd been holding it, primed and ready to attack, instead allowing it to dangle at his side, letting out a sigh. I guess you're right, he mumbled begrudgingly. Sorry for doubting you and being all paranoid. It's fine, Sniper said, the annoyance falling away. I get it, you gotta be suspicious, otherwise you get killed, eh? Yeah, Scout said with a nod. He turned his head up and smiled at Sniper, who was beginning to fade back into view as the last of the adrenaline burnt out, getting him to idly buzz. He looked like a wreck, slash wounds across his arm and a bullet wound in his shoulder. A deep gash through his leg, his less injured arm holding onto his left side in a way that suggested at least one broken rib. He probably punctured a lung from the way yet another bubbling cough shook itself through his abdomen, and he turned his head, spitting a gob of blood off to one side. He also had a broken nose, clearly, blood dripping heavily from both nostrils and leaving the lower half of his face drenched in red. The other body had disappeared from the room, already reclaimed by Respawn, but the blood was taking some more time to fade. Fate had been hardcore from the look of it. A small puddle of blood had collected beneath Scout's feet from the vanished corpse. In fact, threatening to soak through his shoes. He tried not to feel nauseous at the sight. He turned his head back up. Alright, I'm convinced. Get over here, Stretch. Sniper took a few steps toward him, unhurried, and he made it halfway across the room before Scout had a pistol drawn and aimed at his head. "If you can answer one last question," Scout said. Sniper sighed slightly, stuffing his hands into his pockets exaggeratedly. "Go on, then," he said. "I really better track down Medic before I bleed out, you know." Scout tipped his head just slightly to one side, a cheerful smile playing at his lips. "What's my name?" he asked. Silence reigned for a good, long few moments. Sniper was searching his face, expression guarded. Scout's shades hid his eyes. It would be impossible to tell that Scout was looking right back at him. "Trick question. You never told me," the man said. Scout shook his head, tutting sarcastically. "Wrong answer, Blue." His demeanor changed like a light switch being flipped off, and he was hunching, scowling, glaring in a way that was very much unlike him. "All right, you caught me," he said, keeping the Australian's voice along with the disguise, but his tone was entirely different. "What are you going to do, shoot me? Get on with it then, I haven't got all day." "Nah," Scout said, voice bordering on chipper. "I mean, I might be used to working blind like this, but it's still a real handicap here. What if I miss my shots? I'd be dead before I could reload." He could see Spy turning his head this way and that, trying to think of a way out of his situation. But he wasn't dumb enough to start moving yet. Scout had heard him once before. "Also," Scout said, "that last question was pretty redundant. I already knew you had to be a spy before then. You made a pretty rookie mistake. Did something Snipes would never do." "Did I?" the spy asked dryly, turning to focus to Scout at the words. "Yep." Scout's eyes moved to the wall opposite the window, where if he concentrated, he could see that a blue spot of light had appeared. Strats knows better than to stand up and go real still in full view of that there window. Comprehension was slow going, finding its way over the spy, mixed with growing disbelief and a sort of horror. The blue dot of light on the wall moved and took careful residence square on the side of the disguised spy's head. "But hey, look on the bright side," Scout said, grin spreading across his face. "At least your sniper was fooled." The spy turned his head towards the window with horror, and his head was fine to mist before it could get there. A smoky sort of fog scattered from the body of the spy, dissipating fairly quickly and leaving behind a corpse in a blue-tinted suit. Scout exhaled, putting his pistol back away and taking his seat by the wall. Only a few moments later, Sniper was hauling himself into the nest, breathing like he'd sprinted the whole way there, which was probably the case. He caught sight of Scout sitting against the wall and breathed a sigh of relief, dropping to a knee so he could catch his breath without having his head in the view of the window. Then he saw the body of the spy on the ground and he gaped. "Good Lord, how'd you do that?" Sniper managed to gasp between heaving breaths, looking with disbelief at Scout. "Slimy douchebag disguised as you as soon as you dropped, tried to pretend to be you," Scout said. Sniper shook his head. "How'd that go?" he asked in a sympathetic deadpan, glancing at the body as it was quickly reclaimed by respawn, disappearing in only a second. "Oh, he fucked up bad," Scout replied. "I asked him himself and he answered wrong, but I pretended to believe him anyways to bait him into standing right there." He gestured to the spot in question. "Other sniper took the shot for me." Sniper stared at him. "Crikey, that was a brilliant idea," he said, awed. Scout shrugged, face going a bit red. "Well, quick thinking is kind of my whole job, you know. No big deal, really. Normal work day for me," he said, trying to play it off. "Here I was, thinking you'd need my protection," Sniper said. "I get sliced to bits and the first thing you do is trick a spy into getting killed by friendly fire." Scout beamed. "Yeah, that was pretty cool, huh?" he said. "It was aces, mate," Sniper agreed. He moved to sit against the wall below the window, lying his rifle in his lap. "I mean, a bit more complicated than it needed to be, but aces." "What you mean?" Scout asked, smile falling. "Well, you can't be killed, mate. You've gone pumped full of medical fluid," Sniper said. "Could've just knocked him over the head with that bat of yours." "Oh, I mean, yeah," Scout said. "I could've, but then he would've known I can sort of see, and he'd just come back and try again knowing that. And it only takes one lucky swing, don't it? Nah. His own sniper just splattered his friggin' brains all over the wall. He'll probably spend the rest of the match getting back at him. Spies are crazy kinds of petty, man." "That dodgy piker," Sniper said, voice dropping to nearly a growl, glaring towards the ladder. "You got the message as well, must've." "Only got a proper bloody rune out of ignoring it. Hope it was worth the trouble." "Message?" Scout asked, frowning with mild confusion. "What message?" "Don't worry your pretty little head about it," Sniper said, leaning over and pulling Scout's hat over his eyes, the runner making a sound of protest. Here's hoping they learned their lesson, at least. Shortly following his shot through the red sniper's head, the blue sniper was forced to make a quick exit as the enemy soldier leapt suddenly on his position. Killing the other sniper held no significance to him, a quick, easy kill. After all, only the red scout was off limits. Everyone else was fair game. And the blue spy came stomping out of their base, radiating pure fury, and he began to reconsider. "You shot me!" the spy cried, getting right up in his face and snarling the words. Blue Sniper winced at the volume, pushing his teammate back a bit. Well, I don't remember shooting any of our team today, so it sounds to me like you buggered things up for yourself by not using your bloody radio to tell us where you were. God, if only anyone warned you, even one member of our team, if only we reminded you just once to keep us informed so we wouldn't shoot at you. I get it, Spy said, voice dead cold. And why are you up in his nest disguised as him anyway? Sniper asked, frowning. Who'd be up there except him? The scout is also up in his nest, he replied, lighting a cigarette. Seems our suspicions are correct. The ceasefire was for their sake, not simply for us to take contracts. It appears the boy's eyes have been badly damaged and his vision is effectively gone. It also seems that he befriended his team sniper. The sniper was... Blue Spy gestured vaguely with the cigarette, searching for the right word. Very protective. Gonna go try again? Sniper asked, raising an eyebrow. No, fighting a blind boy is too easy. If not for your interruption, he would be dead. Not to mention it would be pointless. Tactically, I have no reason to attack him. There was a pause. The other sniper kicked your ass, didn't he? Blue Sniper said with a grin. Die in a fire, Blue Spy replied stiffly, tossing a cigarette down and walking away. End of chapter. Oh yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. I had a lot of fun with making Scout clever. Because I want Scout to be clever! I'm stretching, sorry. Ow. Yeah, Scout's clever. Let him be smart. Let him be smart sometimes. He deserves it. He works hard. Oh yeah. There were a lot of... So... It's true. He's smart. We love him. So there are a couple of bits here. So... The first... Where is it? So there's the creeks, right? There's the first creek. After that creek... all of the... literally from there forward, everything that Scout asks is something that he said. Right? Add it to our screen. Let's see. Why is he up there in the nest? Because your eyes aren't working. Sniper mentions he's gone dark, and also Scout would have obviously stepped in if he could, so something is wrong and, like, is clearly disoriented. They were my eyes, their pyro heavy carried you off the field. You just saw that. He just saw it happen. He was just there. It's the nickname he started calling me. The pet name call you love sometimes. He also said that between when Spy had been demonstrably there. He does this bit to be a little bit dramatic, trying to be like, well, clearly they joke around with each other a lot. And he fucked up. And then Scout tests him real quick. It's like, you and Demo made a bet. Everyone but Demo made a bet. Little detail. At which point Scout goes, okay, let's do this then. And essentially just kind of buys himself a little bit of time. Yeah, he has he's real fucked up. And here's my favorite bit. He disguised as Sniper from after he got shot. And then everything, yeah, every part of this is very much like this is from a big knife, not a little knife. And more than that, the broken nose. We already know that Sniper hits people sometimes. He gave Soldier a black eye, and this time he broke Spy's nose. Unfortunate that the other one was gone, but yeah, and all that kind of thing. At which point, Sniper starts wandering over. Yeah, just all of this. All of this was me just getting to be clever for a minute. It's a lot more, the way Sniper fights is a little bit more brutal, I think. Spy tries to go for being very efficient. And more than that, you know, cuts all across the arms and stuff. That's also not like Spy. Spy goes for your face, as demonstrated in Meet the Spy. That's, you know, just a thing he do. And then I love for a minute Sniper not getting it, and Scout being like, no, I need him to be so embarrassed that he gets mad at his own team and doesn't talk to me for the rest of the day. I'm not even gonna unpack my thing about the two teams and like whether they're the same people and stuff. I have so many ideas, and I ended up just making them at least very similar. And that's that on that. Oh yeah, one more bit about this chapter. Also mentioning that person I'm dating, just offhandedly. So I had essentially, well, oh yeah, on the blues are just, there's so much to unpack. I essentially had two beta readers. We'll have to unpack the teams, and that's gonna be a fucking nightmare. So this chapter in particular, just like them talking at each other and stuff. It was, I think it was mentioned before now, but this reminded me. I had two beta readers, both people who I know in real life, and one of them was, you know, the one I was dating. I don't think we were dating yet, but you know. And then another one who was just like a mutual friend of ours. And then it was just her reading it. And she mentioned at one point that when she was reading dialogue, she would just start reading Sniper and Scout, and the way that they talked, every once in a while, they would say shit that just sounds like shit that we say. Like, just the way that they would talk at each other was just very funny. Like, a couple times, like, every time Scout talks, I just read it in your voice. It's just you! You're just making him you! And I'm like, I know this. I know what I'm like, and I know what he's like, and he's like me. Drinking some tea? Jokes and almost dies, that's okay. Don't worry, you're pretty little head about it. Like you do. I think someone in the comments did ask, like, how the fuck do you know that... How the fuck... Yeah. How the fuck did... Someone asked. Yeah, how does he know that? It's because he said it earlier. I feel that. I feel that. God. I don't think... Wait, no, this is it, isn't it? This is the one with the yes. Yup. This is the one with the Henry flashback. And the next one has a sunset monologue. If I cry during sunset monologue, you're not allowed to laugh at me, because every bitch who talks about this fic goes, yeah, you got me. You got my ass. Sorries. Makes people cry. I want to Q spit something out, yes it did. I have a Q on Tumblr, in case anyone was fucking wondering. Shuffles it up. Let's try and shuffle it. Hey, everyone out there, if you get a random like from my account and then silence, what that actually is I've put the post in my queue, because it, you know, helps with circulating content outside of like an immediate burst and then silence. Answering more texts. I love coordinating plans with people while on a live stream. That's how you gotta do it. Also, Noodle, remind me at some point. Other shit that I do in my free time. I make music. I want to make just like a background, like just a background track that I can have playing while we talk massive amounts of shit about the mercs. Either that or I want to play Archimedes. I want to play Archimedes from the TF2 soundtrack because that shit would be so fucking funny. It's us unpacking the psychological horror of Team Fortress 2 as it just beep, 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 just like fucking getting silly. It's my favorite. Stretches again, settles back in. And this, yep, this is the one where I got too long for no reason. For no reason. For truly no reason. For truly no reason. We use both. We layer them. We layer them. It's 15 tracks playing as we both just scream. God. God. How long is this one? Oh, it's so long. It's so long, and 80% of it's Henry. Oh, also with the context of Scout being trans, everyone calling him like shrimp and slugger and stuff is my favorite. The 2 and hour-long loops, yeah, exactly. Being shrimp and slugger and shit like that is so fucking funny to me. 'Cause they're trying so hard, but they just don't know how to not have a dude sibling. But then later on, Scout comes out as trans and they're like, oh, phew. Fucking thank goodness. So we didn't goof it too badly. Great. Anyways. Into chapter 15. I'm gonna take one more sip of my tea. My throat's not doing as bad as last time, but still gonna be rough. Thanks about my pizza in the fridge. What pizza? Chapter 15. Nye. They succeed with the mission. Sniper lost a duel with his blue counterpart at one point, but nobody came up to attack Scout, and if they did, they'd have been in for an unpleasant surprise. Ultimately, it's Soldier who captures the intelligence and refuses to stop bragging about it. They return to their base in a convoy, talking and laughing together. Scout closed his eyes occasionally as his vision swam just to get his footing, but otherwise it was practically just like normal, if not better than normal even. Everyone was in high spirits, animated and cheerful and alive. Meanwhile, Sniper and Scout were knee-deep in a bickering match. It's bloody well weird is what it is, Sniper insisted. They're socks, Snipes, Scout replied just as insistently. It's like wearing pajamas, it's all the goddamn same. What difference does it make what the fabric is? Isn't it just more clothes? What? It's uncomfortable as hell, you're a lunatic, Sniper replied, voice rising in pitch. Nobody should be wearing socks to bed, you maniac. From before them at the forefront of the group, Medic groaned. I swear to God, if you continue arguing about sleepwear, I will kill Sniper here and now. What? Sniper cried in the same moment. Scout threw his hands up, cheering. Why me? Because I'm right, Scout said proudly, crossing his arms. 9, because Sniper is the one who I can get away with killing, and I'm fairly certain it would make you feel guilty if I killed him. Medic said to Scout. Scout paused. Okay, fine, I'll stop, he sighed. Heavy chuckled. Also, Doctor is taking Scout's side because he does the same thing, he said, and Medic swatted him on the arm indignantly, making him laugh again. Scout and Sniper held about 10 seconds of silence before Sniper spoke again, voice low. It's still bizarre, he muttered. It's the same as any other sleep clothes, Scout repeated quietly. Well, no, I hardly ever even use those neither, Sniper said with a shrug. Please end this conversation now, NG cut in loudly from behind them, Pyro giggling wildly. I do not want to know any more about this. I wear bloody pants, you bloomin' prude, Sniper called back. Quit whining! I mean, he does, Scout confirmed, shrugging. Like, it's not a big deal. Don't make it weird, hard hat. Yeah, don't make it weird, hard hat, Sniper agreed. Why are you ganging up on me now? NG sputtered. Well, usually I'd harass Spy, but I'm actually not mad at him for once, Scout said, glancing back at the Frenchman. So he's off the harassment list for now. What an honor. I will try to somehow contain my joy, Spy deadpanned from somewhere behind him. Sniper laughed, and Scout just flipped him off over his shoulder. He was grinning, though, even though he tried to hide it. But as they reached the base, Heavy came to a sudden stop, and Scout only narrowly avoided bumping into him. Well, big guy, what's the holdup? Scout asked, trying to peer around him. Medic had gone stiff, and he and Heavy exchanged a glance. Medic nodded once, and Scout was pushed back behind Heavy's back. Sniper seemed to catch on to whatever they were doing, moving to stand on the opposite side of Heavy as Medic was, the three going shoulder to shoulder. NG quickly walked over to Soldier and muttered a few words, and the man nodded, pantomiming zipping his own lips. Once, he started to say, but NG quickly held a finger to his own lips, and Scout clammed up at how serious the man's expression looked. The tone in the group had suddenly shifted, and it put Scout a bit on edge. Guten Tag, Fräulein Pauling? Medic called out. Scout stiffened. Ah, there you guys are, Miss Pauling called back, and Scout heard her approaching their group. NG and Pyro went to stand on either side of Scout. Wow, the mission is over already. I'm guessing you won. You look pretty excited. Ah, easy victory, Heavy replied with a nod. Sniper also nodded. Oh, Sniper, I need to talk to you later, Miss Pauling said, just noticing the lanky Australian. Scout saw Sniper go rigid. Why? He asked, voice a surprisingly calm mumble, but Scout knew how to recognize Sniper's vocal tells after being around him for so long. Sniper was in a panic spiral just then. I've got a package for you, something from home, I guess, but there wasn't a return address on it. Sniper relaxed, and Scout breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Probably my parents. I'll get it later, Sniper replied, still mumbling. Cool, but anyways, that's not the main reason I'm here. Mostly I'm here to talk to... She paused. There was a beat of silence. Wait, where is Scout anyways? I need him, like, alone? Why do you need to see him? Heavy asked, voice an intimidating rumble. There was another different pause. We're doing a standoff now, Miss Pauling asked, with a bit of exasperation in her tone, almost a sigh. That's what we're doing? What on earth would we be doing that for? Medic asked innocently. It is a simple question. Just tell me where you're hiding him, guys. Come on, Miss Pauling said, starting to sound annoyed. Just tell us what he is needed for, Spy replied from beside Medic, so we will know he will not be in harm's way. That's all we need to know. You... Christ, guys, I'm not here to kill him, she replied, sounding appalled. I've got a message from the administrator, that's all. What does the lady want? Heavy asked. I don't know. Then we all hear it, Sniper said, voice rising firm and unwavering, and there was a collective silent agreement within the group. A short silence. Oh, since when does he talk? Miss Pauling asked, and Scout stifled a laugh. Fine, you can all stick around for it if you really want, but if she yells at you, not my fault. Sounds fair to me, Angie said with a shrug. Think the boy will be alright with that? Yeah, Scout replied, and he elbowed his way between Heavy and Sniper, standing between them now. I think so. What's with the sunglasses? Miss Pauling asked, clearly confused. You trying out a new look or something? A beat of silence. You didn't know? Scout asked slowly. Loudspeaker lady didn't tell you? No, she replied, even more confused. I got an injury before the ceasefire we've been on? Scout explained, stammering. My eyes got all messed up, and I couldn't see for like weeks. What? She blurted, looking around the room at the group with shock. Yeah, I was just straight up blind, and Legs here took care of me and stuff while Doc was figuring things out, trying to find a way to fix me. And did he? She asked, looking at Medic. I did not, or not intentionally, Medic answered. Our boy is still recovering. His vision comes and goes, and, well, he's recovering, and let us leave it at that. Geez, guys, Miss Pauling said. That really sucks. Well, I set up the screen in your common area. We should probably go in. She doesn't like when people keep her waiting. Scout nodded, following after her. Sniper fell into step beside him, moving to give his hand a comforting squeeze. Scout returned it. They pulled up chairs, settling everyone in a U-shape in front of the screen. Miss Pauling stood next to it, waiting for them to get seated before she turned it on, standing to one side patiently. Medic, Heavy, and Spy stood beside the couch, while Scout sat front and center, Pyro squeezing in on his left and Sniper on his right, Demo and Soldier on the ground by Sniper, NG sitting on the arm of the chair by Pyro. Once they were all settled, she took out a remote and clicked the screen on. The administrator's face appeared on the screen, looking just as intimidating and unimpressed as always. The Scout felt like the air had been sucked from his lungs. He set his jaw. Sniper knocked his foot against Scout's, and he made the smallest of nods. She looked around briefly, noting the additional teammates, but she seemed unfazed. Congratulations on your victory, she said. Your performance was significantly above average this round, clearly, so I believe that recognition is in order for that. Danke, Medic replied politely. I would also like to give congratulations in particular to your scout, the lady said, looking directly at him. You didn't die once during the match. Very unusual, and also very unexpected given your considerable handicap. Scout just nodded once, not moving to speak. Miss Pauling looked a bit uncomfortable. May I ask, she said, danger subtle but potent in her tone, why you didn't once leave the nest of your sniper? Would have been hard to maintain a perfect no-death round if I went out, wouldn't it? Scout replied, head tilting just slightly. The administrator's jaw visibly tightened, and he could see it through the visual static that clouded his sight. Besides, that makes my kill-death ratio for the round a perfect 1-2-0. Perfect. Never seen that before? Ever? The administrator was starting to glower at him. So do I get any bonus points for that? Or for tricking their frickin' sniper into blowing his teammate's head off? Oh, and just in case you didn't notice, I also brought down this guy's death rate, he said, pointing his thumb at the sniper. He only died like twice. That's way better than usual, huh? But hey, some added pressure helps. It's a perfect score or permadeath, so not like I had much of a choice. You are playing a dangerous game, young man, the old woman said grimly, and he didn't so much as flinch. No, I was playing a dangerous game, by going out there on that battlefield in the first place and by not hiding out in our resupply room where it was safe. And even before all that, by agreeing to a surgery that could have killed me instead of just quitting. All that was a dangerous game that I played. And you know what I did? He leaned in, resting his elbows on his knees, and he stared dead at the screen without a single trace of fear. I fucking won. A deadly silence fell over the room. Nobody moved, nobody breathed. Miss Pauling had a hand over her own mouth, looking horrified. The administrator simply fixed a look on Scout, studying his casual posture, how thoroughly unfazed he was, how confident. His shades, he'd learned by then, could do wonders hiding facial cues. Expressions were all in the eyes. I would not say that you've won, the administrator said finally. The more accurate term would be that you've passed. A beat of silence. Pardon? NG asked. You've passed. The lady leaned back in her own chair, poised. I used this injury and handicap as a test of sorts. Your scout worked through the subsequent challenges, your medic made significant progress and some very important breakthroughs, and most importantly, you were working on the battlefield as a cohesive team as opposed to small groups of individuals. Under pressure and with a weakened team member, you banded together. I would have suggested you cut him loose, if not for the fact that he did indeed keep the sniper safe and cause dissent among the other team. I did not realize that your team was capable of being so productive while being subjected to such strain. I am intrigued and pleasantly surprised to find that you were able to do so well without cutting the badly injured scout from your team. Sniper glanced over at Scout, who glanced right back. As it stands, you clearly have successfully somehow figured out that I turned off respawn for him while he was injured over the ceasefire, as well as during the match that you won not long ago. He survived, despite expectations. I am not disappointed. Finding a replacement scout would not be easy, but I am, if I may repeat myself, pleasantly surprised. Miss Pauling looked with a note of shock at the screen, then back at the group. She mouthed something at Medic that Scout couldn't quite make out, not through the fog. Now I have turned his system back on, the administrator said, as casual as anything, as if she wasn't discussing a matter of life and death. And I thought this would be a good time to make a point. Any damage to the body, including that which your medic cannot heal, is in fact, as of now, regenerated by the respawn system, for future reference. Scout sat up straight, eyes going a bit wide. Really? He asked, surprised. Indeed, and should something indeed go unhealed, simply contact me or Miss Pauling in order to adjust the settings. We will sort it out. We do have multiple saves for each of you in case any one of them fails. They are taken periodically as a sort of fail-safe. They can be recalled at any time in case of an emergency. Simply contact us. Do you all understand? There was a general murmur of agreement from the collective group. I hope to see your good performance continue, she said, forming a tent with her fingers. Do not disappoint me. The screen flickered to black. Scout spun to look at Sniper. Dude, kill me, he said, beaming. Sniper blinked. What? He finally asked, shocked. I want my eyes back! Come on, do it, he said, practically bouncing in his seat. I can't do that, Sniper said, already sounding guilty, alarm making his voice go high-pitched. No! Alright, fine, but someone's gotta do it, come on. I already injected you with euthanasia, boy, do not worry, Medic said, giving a friendly pat on the shoulder. It should overpower the transfusion shortly. The what? Miss Pauling asked Spy under her breath. Don't ask, Spy replied. Oh, cool, thanks, Doc, Scout said, ignoring them both and giving a thumbs up to the German. Now that he thought about it, he definitely felt fizzy, but he attributed it to being excited. Yeah, but what if she was lying? Sniper blurted, gripping Scout by the shoulders, panic clear on his features. Or what if she bugged up turning it back on? Or what if... I'll be fine, Legs, don't worry, Scout said, smiling at the sharpshooter. He pulled off his sunglasses, tossing them to Demo. There, just in case those don't go with me. Oh, yeah, I can't live with my vision like this any longer. Everything looks weird and bad. Yikes. Medic was looking at his watch, counting the seconds. I'll give you 5 seconds, Medic said, raising an eyebrow. Alright, sweet. See you guys in a bit, Scout said, and winked, and died. Every human being has an action that brings them an amount of satisfaction that stands unparalleled. For some, it's driving a really, really nice car. For some, it's walking into the room and being the best-looking person there. For some, it's 100% scribbled at the top of a test, or maybe looking at a piece of art they'd made, or maybe eating their favorite version of their favorite food. There are many, many things that people can find incomparably satisfying. It can be in their craft, or their achievements, or reaching their personal goals. For Jeremy, he just loved to run. Might have been some sort of biological reason, some deeply rooted part of his DNA that loved the feeling of speed, that craved the wind in his hair, the momentum carrying him forward, the burn in his lungs and legs. The city was perfect for him in that respect. It was dangerous living where he and his brother lived. Scrawny, buck-toothed, loudmouthed kids didn't survive that place. Jeremy was the exception to the rule, and that was only partly because the name O'Connell was infamous in certain parts of the city by that point. It certainly didn't hurt, but that wasn't why Jeremy was lucky. No, Jeremy was lucky because he was born a runner, head ducked and elbows careful not to swing out too far. He would fly through the streets faster than the birds, faster than the trains, faster than anyone. He outran trouble time after time after time, and they would never catch up to him. He loved other things, too. He loved music, enough so that he kept trying to learn about it, even though he was pretty bad at it when he started, and eventually had some real skill. He loved to draw, and even if he couldn't do portraits or landscapes and fancy oil paints, he still thought his stuff was pretty good, and felt happy with it most of the time. He loved baseball, the product of having 7 older brothers whose only point of complete collective agreement was the fact that baseball was a damn good sport. He collected bottle caps at one point and sold them for a brand new pair of shoes, the only piece of clothing he'd ever had that was not a hand-me-down. He wore them until the soles threatened to fall off and the laces were little more than ragged twine, and only then did he finally retire them, a ceremonious dunk into the dumpster nearest the school. But running it always seemed to come back to, until his lungs felt like they were full of cellophane, and until his eyes stung and his mouth may well have been coated in sand, until he was absolutely drenched in sweat and miles, so many miles away from the source of any and all of his problems. When he found out about Jack, he ran almost 11 miles straight before he finally collapsed. When it was Henry, it was nearly 20 miles, but in roughly the same amount of time due to more practice. When he was handed a letter at the end of his senior year of high school saying that he'd need to stay another year in order to graduate, he'd run. Whenever any of his brothers moved out, he'd run. Whenever he had his heart broken, he'd run. He ran when he was scared, mostly. Sometimes he ran when he was angry, which was just an extension of fear. He ran when he was confused because problems seemed so much less significant from the city limits. The most important lesson Jeremy had ever learned was that eventually he had to stop running. Eventually, he would need to face whatever he was running from. He learned it a few times over the course of his life when he forgot, but one in particular came to mind. Once, when he was much younger, he'd been drawing at the desk by the window and got frustrated, shoving his paper away. In the process, he also ended up knocking over a tall stack of books that had been placed on the desk. But the books toppled out the open window and onto the rainy streets below. The majority of Henry's school books, ruined in one fell swoop. Henry had found him hiding in a park a dozen miles or so from where they lived. Jeremy had made the mistake sometime in the early afternoon. It was nearly dark out by now, sun setting somewhere behind the clouds in the sky. Henry had a satchel on and a rain jacket to protect him from the light drizzle. He'd leaned down and looked in the concrete tunnel that made up part of the playground, and Scout had just been sitting in the middle, knees tucked against his chin below his chin. His eyes were red and puffy, and his expression was fearful when he saw that it was Henry. "Well, Jay?" his brother asked, voice as calm and gentle as ever, reverberating in the space. "Can you come out and talk to me?" Jeremy the coward hid his face in his knees. Henry didn't seem surprised, and a few moments later, after a brief struggle, he was settled, a bit oddly within the tunnel made for people significantly smaller than him. He shifted a bit to get comfortable, then just sat there, looking out at nothing. It was still drizzling out, and the park was somewhere far away from home, so he was pretty much soaked, hair flattened and dripping. "You know," Henry finally said, face turning towards him, "I think you nearly scared Ma to death, disappearing like that." Jeremy didn't reply, face remaining buried in his knees. "She comes home and asks where you were. Terry and Benny says you were drawing. She goes to check and sees your youngest son gone." He snapped his fingers just like that, into thin air. Jeremy didn't reply. She couldn't figure out why. Nearly had a heart attack when she saw the desk all messed up and the window open. Thought you fell and busted your head open on the ground. Looked out and saw a bunch of my books out there instead. Jeremy's grip on his legs tightened. Henry was still looking at him. His voice continued to remain calm, even. Well, Jay, what made you run? Jeremy didn't speak. He clutched at his knees, eyes squeezing shut tightly to stop tears from flowing forth. He didn't know how he still had so many left. He managed a single word, muffled into his legs. Scared, he practically whimpered. Scared? Henry repeated, and Jeremy gave a tiny nod. A pause. What are you scared of? Are you scared of Ma? A pause, no response from Jeremy. What, scared of ruining the books, having to pay for them? No response. Well, Jay, are you scared of me? Henry finally asked, voice quiet. The smallest of nods, a quiet hiccup of a sob that reverberated unnaturally in the tunnel. A few beats of pause, a heavy sigh. Slugger, I'm sorry I ever made you scared of me, he apologized, sounding truly remorseful, a little heartbroken. I don't know what I did, if I seemed like I was picking on you or being threatening or whatever, but I'm sorry. I promise you, on my honor, on my life, on Gran's grave, that I would never, ever, under any circumstances, hurt you. Jeremy shook his head. Another pause. It's not what you're scared of, Henry asked, clearly confused. Then what? He didn't reply for a little bit. Moments passed as he sorted through the words in his head as he tried to swallow back the lump in his throat. Finally, Jeremy spoke. I didn't want to disappoint you, he managed, voice wobbly with grief. Oh, kiddo, Henry said, sympathy embedded in his tone, and he allowed Jeremy to tackle him in a desperate, albeit awkward and cramped hug. I'm sorry, he sobbed, clutching at his brother's shirt. It was an accident, I swear. I didn't mean to, but now they're ruined. It's my fault and you hate me, and I can't ever go home again if you hate me, because if you won't want me there, and I don't know what to do. Kiddo, of course I don't hate you, Henry exclaimed, hugging tighter, surprised. You're my baby bro, that's impossible. You can't hate your baby bros. That's probably illegal or something, in at least like 30 states. Archie hates me, he whined in protest, sniffling pathetically. Says I'm just a big stupid crybaby, and Tony does, because I'm the youngest instead of him. The twins do, because they gotta babysit me all the time. And Jeremy, Henry said, tone as quiet as it always was, and clammed up. Quiet, but for stifled, gasping sobs that shook his small frame. Henry didn't speak for a few moments, just holding tightly, making the smallest of rocking motions. And soon enough the crying petered out into soft sniffles. Little Jay, he began again, more gently, I know for a fact that none of the guys hate you. Just because we get mad and say something stupid, that don't mean we mean it. Everyone says stupid things when they're mad, sometimes not even things that they mean or things that are true. The kid was quieter now, eyes just feeling heavy, head stuffed with cotton. They don't hate me? He asked in the smallest voice Henry had ever heard from him. Nah, Henry replied into his hair, still damp from the rain, but his embrace was warm. They don't. A little more time passed in the concrete tunnel, but at some point Henry had tapped him on the top of the head and he blinked his eyes open. Hey, we should get going home, Henry said. No falling asleep on me, I'm strong and all, but I ain't carrying you all the way back. It'd slow us down from getting home, and everyone's already worried sick about you. Jeremy nodded and moved back, and Henry managed to struggle his way out of the tunnel, ending up in a heap just outside, growing into Moses' protests. The tunnel really was much too small for him. Jeremy just popped right out and stood next to his brother, peering down with mild concern. You okay? He asked. I'm alright, just too old for playgrounds, Henry had groaned, moving to stand, stretching his arms up above his head, wincing when his back popped. You're like 1 billion, Jeremy had chirped, eyes big and innocent. Oh, hey, 1,000 at most, Henry chided, feigning sternness. Jeremy giggled. All right, let's go. Stick close. I don't want to have to walk home in the dark like this, but so special circumstances, you know? Hey, the rain stopped at least. Bright sides. Found them. Found, like, Well, Jay, what's the thing you find? A prize in a cereal box, he chirped. The difference is in a spotted difference, Henry countered. Dinosaur bones in the desert. Cool stuff in garbage piles. Garbage stuff in cool piles. Touché, little guy, touché. Jeremy dutifully took his big brother's hand and they started making their way home. The streets weren't empty, not by a long shot, but they were much quieter than usual once the sun went down, and the last of the evening rush died down. They passed a pub from across the street at one point, and some older, stocky, red-headed men hollered and whistled at them with wide, sloppy grins. Jeremy waved back cheerfully with exaggerated motions, and Henry had just laughed, giving the men a mock salute. Do you know them? Jeremy asked after they were well past the place. Nah, Henry replied, still grinning. Culture, though. They're Irish? Jeremy gasped, craning his neck to look back at them. The only Irish Americans Jeremy had ever met were his grandfather's Pops and Pops' old childhood buddies, and some of the older folks at the church. It was a heritage he'd never much inherited. Nope, Scottish, I think, Henry replied, glancing back at the bar. Or at least the family that owns the bar is Scottish. It don't matter, though. Redheads are redheads. Immigrants are immigrants. I mean, heck, people are people, you know? Jeremy moved a hand up to his own head, the tuft of reddish blonde hair poking from beneath his hat. Yeah, people are people. That was that for another block or so. They were starting to get back to somewhere that looked familiar. Admittedly, Jeremy had gotten himself hopefully lost in his panicked run. In retrospect, it was either a miracle or proof of Henry's incredible intuition that he'd been found at all, let alone in the same day. Suddenly, as they were stood waiting for a chance to cross the street, Jeremy spoke again. People are good, Jeremy said, voice unwavering. Henry looked down at him, surprised. Huh? He asked, blinking. People are good, he repeated, turning his head up from where he'd been looking down at the sidewalk. People do bad things sometimes, and sometimes they get real scared and don't know what to do, but they're still good. Henry stared at his little brother for a few long moments. A few other pedestrians brushed past them as the light changed. Henry didn't seem to notice. Yeah, Henry finally agreed quietly, voice soft, mellowed. People are good. They got home sometime real late enough that in the light just inside the door of the apartment building, Henry looked down at his watch with mild concern and panic. Jeremy kept holding onto his hand, looking up and waiting for Henry to figure out what to do. Finally, Henry took a knee in front of Jeremy. Okay, he said, voice hushed. Do you think Mom will be more or less glad that you're home safe if you look like you've been crying? He thought about it. More, he finally said with a decisive nod. Yeah, I figured too, he said. He turned and fished through his bag, pulling forth a water bottle, unscrewing it and putting some water in the cap. Okay, don't blink, he ordered, and splashed the water on Jeremy's face. Ow! He protested, moving to rub at his eyes, blinking at Henry, disoriented. What's that for? Now your face is wet and your eyes are all red. Proper crying little kid, Henry said, grinning cheekily. I think your face is a little pale, though. Hold still. He stood still as Henry tapped at his cheeks with his hands, not slapping hard enough to hurt, but enough to get blood flowing. Henry fished in his bag some more and pulled out his wallet, sliding a shiny card from it and holding it up. Jeremy peered into it curiously. He looked like he'd been sobbing only minutes ago. He beamed, which pretty much ruined the effect, but it was convincing. Good? Henry asked, raising an eyebrow, smiling. Good, Jeremy agreed with a nod. Sweet. Henry held the door to the staircase open and Jeremy skipped through. Okay, so if Ma asked, I found you at the park near where we live, instead of that one all the way over that way. You didn't come out until the second time you heard me calling, which was about 20 minutes ago. Got it? Yep, he chirped, still smiling. Got it. Alright, and Ma is never gonna know about none of this, and not the guys either. This here is gonna be our secret, cool? He got another nod from Jeremy as they stood at the door to their floor. He smiled, a fondness there. Also, I should probably mention, you know those books you knocked out? Jeremy's expression changed downcast within a second. He gave a nervous little nod. Well, guess what? Henry asked, smile growing. I didn't need those no more. It's summer, kiddo. School's over. And they're so old we couldn't have pawned them off even if we wanted to. Pulling apart of the seams anyways. It didn't hurt nothing important. Jeremy's eyes lit up with wonder, and he looked at Henry as a grin split across his face. Yeah, good news, huh? None of that happy face once we get in there. Come on now, be a professional here, slugger. He quickly corrected his expression. Within a few seconds, he looked suitably spooked and miserable. Henry gave a nod of approval and raised his gaze to the door, eyes twinkling. All right then, actors, opening night. Spotlights on, curtains up, it's showtime. And then Scout woke up. End of chapter. I'm hilarious. Stretches. Yeah, Sunset Monologue's next chapter. This is just the Henry story. A little bit of a running mini monologue. Tiny little monologue about running. This family fucking rules. Give Scout a good family. Time to sit. Takes a little sip. A little sippy, if you will. There's a lot of fun things in this chapter that I like a lot. Remember like one chapter ago when Spy said touche? Where is it? Oh, weird. Wonder where he picked up that from. Wonder where he picked up on acting on the acting like that. Um, in my head as well. And I never felt the need to like canonize those because I just thought it was a fun headcanon to have. This is when Jeremy's like maybe like 11 or some shit. Something like that, like 11 and 12. But like right when he'd like started learning how to draw, in my head, he kind of he took a lot of solace in Henry. Spy is the dad to many of the kids. Not all of them. He's not Henry's biological dad. I want to say it was like I outlined it at one point in one of my things. It was Jeremy is his, Tony is his, the twins are his. Yeah, it's the last four are his kids. The first three are to a different guy who is now super dead, who kind of sucked. But he wasn't super present for all of their lives. He wasn't there all the time, but he was around a lot for some of them. And the ones who were oldest when he was around picked up a lot from him. Mainly, Henry got the most of it, because Henry was like 11 or 12 when Spy came around a lot, and just thought he was really cool. Jack did not like Spy. Jack really didn't like Spy, and for fair reason, because he would have been like a fucking teenager at that point, and everyone knows how that goes. Archie was just old enough that like he had a lot. He ended up really fucking snarky because of Spy, because Spy encouraged them all to be sarcastic as shit. Stuff like that. But he was around for a while. Henry wanted to like him a lot more. It was just that also he was like, you know, following Jack around like a little duck. And Jack fucking hated Spy and was like, Henry, don't be a rat. Come on. We don't like him. We hate him. Fuck him. He sucks. But yeah, he was around enough for them to start picking up things. And he left when Jeremy was like a toddler, like 2 and 3 years old. So Jeremy doesn't remember him like at all. Tony honestly doesn't remember him at all either, but he just heard about him a little bit more from the other brothers. The twins barely remember him. Yeah. In my mind, yeah, that's also a very fair headcanon. That's the one that I see pretty often. I also see it a lot of like most of the brothers have different dads. Like every kid, like almost every kid was from a different dude entirely. And then Scout just like feels the most ostracized because he assumes his dad sucked the most because, you know, you gotta, right? You gotta assume that yours is different and that your shit's worse. It's a pretty standard human experience thing. But yeah, in my mind, I tend to assume that he has a really good relationship with his brothers, and any ostracization he feels from them is more about, like, him feeling as though he's much less talented than all of them. Like, some of them being, like, just physically very big dudes, or, like, more successful than him, things like that, which almost exclusively is because they're older than him. What if Spy has a lot of illegitimate children? Can you imagine? But yeah, I have Running Blind is by far the most, yeah, by far the most in-depth I ever went with my headcanons about Scout's family. Yeah, man, I'm gonna unpack the shit out of Scout at one point. In this one, in this canon, it's he gets along very well with most of his brothers. It'll just be us talking about Scout for way too fucking long. In this one, he has a very good relationship with all of his brothers, with a notable exception called. I realized because I wanted to make a chart for taking shots because the first chapter is meeting like 87 people, and I wanted to know all of their relationships so I could talk about them organically, and like age differences and shit like that. I didn't do like any math for this, and it really fucking shows. And in taking shots, I ended up having to chart out everything, and I realized as I had dug through Running Blind and found everyone's names and like a rough timeline of how old everyone was, I realized there was just one missing, and that's Colin. And Colin sucks, and he was never mentioned before now because we don't like him. Is my bit. That's Colin. Colin is a dickhead. Colin being. I also forgot to mention Colin like earlier. Colin having been the first kid that Spy had with Ma, and having so much damage about that. Or being like the divider kid, who like remembers. I think he has like damage because like he didn't get any favoritism, you know, like he was the first one Spy had with Ma, and he didn't get favoritism, even though it's like, but I'm your kid, like actually, because newsflash, that shit doesn't matter. It doesn't. It really doesn't. In my heart of hearts, I understand that it does not matter. Like, he raised all of them as soon as he got there as his own kids as best as he could. The only favoritism he ever showed was he tended to treat the little kids differently than the big kids to some degree, but that was more a thing of he's like, you're like 14 years old, I'm going to talk to you with the amount of respect that you deserve as a 14-year-old, shit like that. Oh, but I was talking about this. So in my head, in this bit here, Jeremy's 11 or 12, and just having a really shit day. And he took a lot of solace in Henry. Henry was very much like the brother he felt the most. That he cared about the most. He felt closest to Tony because they grew up so close in age, but he really, really cared about and trusted Henry a lot. I like to think, because Henry at this point is like 16 or 17 maybe, and Henry has become like a big source of comfort for him. I like to think that this entire part is just like headcanon stuff that I feel like will never fucking come up because it's never going to be relevant, but like I like to think he came out to Henry before any of his other brothers, and there was a period of time where only Henry knew and was kind of the person he was testing out like names and masculine words with, and he liked it a lot, and then he came out a little bit later in his life, like properly. Like he was like, man, you know what, shit's going pretty good for me, I might just come out, and then Henry fucking died. You know? Like, damn. You ever have a bad day? Hold on while I pull up a fun little. What is this? What is this guy? Can I do a funny little meme? No. I was gonna pull up a funny meme. Let's do. This would be funny. this will be a funny bit. Because I, real quick. Oh yeah, that shit hurted. Cause real quick, I gotta I gotta go take a very quick break and also talk to some people in my real human life, in my real human house. So I'm gonna be like literally right back. Oh, there we go, nailed it. And in the meantime, oh, sorry. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. I'll do that. Yeah, this is funny enough. Yeah, that's funny. I'll leave. That's dumb. I'll be like at most about 5 minutes. But man, I need to have a discussion with someone in my real life about some stuff. I'll be like right back. I gotta go figure out dinner. Be like 5 minutes. Ba 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 ba. What's up? So, there's the distinct possibility that there is now a disgusting noise in the background because the heat turned back on. In which case, I apologize. Let's go next chapter. There it goes. The horrible noise stopped. Okay. Anyways, the sunset monologue is this chapter, so if you cry, that's your I'm sorry. Unrelated, I had a little piece of chocolate. It was delicious. And then I walked back into the room after having been out of the room, and I looked in the little bowl of peaches I had, and for a second it didn't look like peaches. It looked like wet bread. Like wet, damp, gross bread. So that's where I'm at, is being disgusted by that still a little bit. There we go. You love, oh god, I'm stretching. For reference, I have some, I have some problem. My body doesn't work right, and so I have to stretch often, and it tends to hurt. Taking sips of various liquid. Last stream I did, I know I kept being like, oh, my voice doesn't hurt that bad. I lied. It did hurt very badly. So I'm trying so hard to avoid that this time, because I didn't really have a voice for the rest of the day. I lost my voice a little bit. That's what I get for being stubborn. There's a note here at the top of this chapter where it says, this didn't take as long as I thought it would. A bit of context about that. So, I don't know if anyone else has this happen to them, but sometimes, you know the term hyperfocus? Sometimes as a person, I get capable of like buckling down and just writing. Just simply writing. For this chapter, and for the one before it and I believe the one after it, somehow, some way, there was a period of 7 hours where I was just on my laptop, staring at the screen, typing almost continuously. And that is how, like, much of the end of Running Blind was written, was in one sitting. The sunset monologue was one of them. And I had to patch in other things from it, but the sunset monologue was written, like, all at once. I literally don't know what happened. It felt like I blacked out. I did it all at once and it was insane. And I will never be able to fucking repeat it. And it was very funny. I thought so, at least. Sunset monologue. I better not cry reading this. Oh God. Oh yeah. I tend to at least try and write my chapters all in one sitting. If not, I almost exclusively write these like smaller sections. I almost exclusively write these in singular sitting. And every time I ever continue a piece of writing, I make sure I go back and I read at least the last 2 or 3 sections of whatever the last one was. Cohesiveness is a big thing for me. My solution for it is always just writing things front to back. Other people tend to write things more piecemeal, which is especially helpful for making strong standalone work. But for me, I have a very distinct thread, like just thread forward through everything that I write. Yeah, this was the longest thing I had written to date at that point. I believe the other longest thing I'd ever written was a piece of original work that was in the ballpark of 12,000 words. I believe that was my one-act play that I wrote one time. Besides that, I mostly wrote 2,000 and 3,000 word short stories, sometimes even less. And then I attempted to write long-form fic, and I never quite got it because I didn't know how to set myself up for success. With Running Blind, I had the good fortune of knowing from the start that one thing I wanted to do was set a certain tone, even if at the time I wasn't sure where I was going with it. And by chapter 4, I'd say, I'd kind of decided where I wanted to go with this. Fun fact about Running Blind, in the first original idea and concept for the fic, I was gonna kill Scout. Scout wasn't gonna survive Running Blind. Scout was going to be killed. And then I realized, that sucks. I'm not gonna do that. So I didn't. And that was a fun one. That was a fun time. Just imagining that being a Running Blind. Like, I hate it, conceptually. This is also before I'd written and considered one of TF2 fic. I've very much settled into more enjoying kinder portrayals of them. But at the time I did just do whatever. General idea of where it's going, I guess. So, one thing that tends to be helpful when writing long-form fic, or long-form anything really, is having an understanding of what the base level emotion is that it's supposed to have. Like, Persistence, for example, was a fic where the base emotion of it was the sense of unease and the sense that you're missing something. That's also one that I went into with a better idea of what was happening. It was essentially slowly over the course of that fic, Sniper figuring out what the problem was. Because he knew there was a problem, he just couldn't figure out what it was or how to fix it or how to help with it or anything like that. With Running Blind, my very general idea was just Scout got hurt, now help him. And I was able to establish a very gentle, almost sitcom-y kind of back and forth, occasionally interrupted by more gentle, like, cutaways. I won't say it was the best. I got very lucky that I didn't have anything I needed to straight up change about the previous chapters. Much of it was just setting up and not knowing what would be relevant later. For example, I didn't know how little I would put the rest of the team into the fic. And it felt it feels more obvious to me because I know to look for that sort of thing, but there's a lot of things about it that I was a little bit aimless in the first few chapters, just where I wasn't entirely sure what I was doing. I was just kind of setting things up and hoping that I would find a way to circle them back in, and much of it I did. Which is partially because, you know, I also do improv type things, so I know how to just, like, desperately try and pull shit back to a place that makes sense. But yeah, there was. I would absolutely recommend in any piece of long form writing, at least just understanding general beats. Um, if I had to break down Running Blind into beats, I would say they are um, the opening of it for however long that takes, the discussion they had in the rain, um, the the face scene, the discussion they had at night where Scout talked about his brothers, and then after that, you know, the basic plot points of like shit's bad, they have an argument, the apology and reconciliation, the team comes together for Scout, those two times, the first time at the dinner table, then in the hallway outside the medical bay. The fight happens, and there's the bit with Spy and Sniper, and then the second bit with other Spy and Sniper, and then here at the end, this standing up for Scout again. The only reason it doesn't stress me out more is because I did much more pre-writing for taking shots. Part of my thing is I do have a background of working with like improv settings and stuff. So at this point, I know what things I should know beforehand so that I can write shit in advance. I probably should have had a chart of everyone's ages and like a timeline of how old everyone would be at different points. I probably should have had that before I did a lot of the things I did in Running Blind with his brothers, but I didn't, and luckily none of it was too egregious. I can attribute a lot of it to, well, Scout's remembering it wrong. Things like that. But as it is, I tend to more work out basic facts, and an understanding of every character's motivation in any individual scene. Just knowing what the characters are like as people, giving them all ideas about what's happening and having them kind of work it out. Archie tends to be a very stern character who just wants everyone to be on the same page. Scout is a very active character. Sniper tends to be very passive overall. So they bounce off of each other in a lot of very fun ways. I tend to pre-write for facts like ages, where people are going, things that need to happen in order to be prepared enough for a conflict to occur. A lot of just general cause and effect sorts of things. The one thing that I had pre-written outright by the time that I'd figured out what was going on is because I knew from the beginning that, you know, like, the reason Medic can't heal Scout. That was one thing that I needed to know from the beginning, and I did, because that was the premise of the fic in my mind. If I hadn't had that, I probably would have been fucked. I would have been fucked, that's it. I would not have been able to keep it up. There's a lot of things like that I try and like, and I'm much better at short form things. I'm confident saying that. I'm very competent with short form and not as much with long form. Partially because I have, you know, not very many of them by nature of what a long form work is. In my short form, I tend to. The only things that are all that important to me in my short form stuff is I establish a consistent tone, I establish a consistent rhythm, and then I have a point of what's going on. Like, thinking about the one about Sniper and Scout who are at a carnival and then they kiss on a Ferris wheel. My entire bit there was establishing Scout trying very hard, establishing Sniper being very confused about what they're doing, kind of. Like implying that Sniper has a different idea of what's going on than Scout does. And they reach the Ferris wheel, and they go from a very active environment to a very passive one. Having Sniper immediately calm down. Things like that. And after I've written this much, a lot of the way that I do these beats and I plan out these scenes in my own mind is very involuntary, like very muscle memory almost. I'm good now at very consistently and without having to think about it very hard, writing scenes with consistent beats to them and consistent characterization. Figuring out how to get characters from point A to point B with very little problem, and only occasionally needing to like rework whatever I think is going on. It's something that took an amount of effort. I can only do that so well at this point because I have so much experience doing it. For every 1,000 words you see me post of fic, that's like 2,000 and 3,000 words that I didn't. Of me just practicing, just writing scenes, just having characters interacting for fun. Not to say that it's like, finished work that I just don't feel like posting. It's just unfinished things. Just trying new things that don't work out. And being able to do that is extremely, extremely helpful for me. Especially, I try when I can to study different kinds of writing and different medias to get a better grip of how to do that. Like, I write fan fiction, obviously. I write long form and short form. I'm very, very good at this point at poetry. That was one of the things I would win awards for back in the day. Was doing a lot of poetry compilations. I wrote a one-act play. I do a lot of studying of just like lyrics and music. Especially rap, because it's the most like poetry, and I find it very interesting. Just like studying different kinds of writing between like the completely different way that you would write a rom-com and a horror film, the different skills you need to bring to a table to any different kind of writing that you do. I have been unofficially, and then for a period of time officially, studying writing for so long that a lot of these things are just very innate to me, I would say. I've put in so much goddamn work. And I would argue it's paid off. Running Blind being like the first long form work I ever finished, I think speaks to that. I wrote something semi-long form once before. It was not for TF2. It was, I want to say, like a 4-chapter, like, fic for like Wander Over Yonder, I think it was. And that was like 20,000 words maybe. And it was okay. I liked it a lot. I definitely kind of lost my rhythm on it a couple of times. It was fine. I liked it for what it was, especially, but pre-writing isn't something I would argue is bad. In fact, it tends to help you a lot in making a more cohesive story. You have to do a shit ton of pre-writing in something like a mystery, for example. Mystery genre requires you to be so precise about everything, because anything that's imprecise, the reader will pick up on. And if it's not intentional, then they'll immediately assume that it's like the hint to the mystery, and then be off on the wrong track. A lot of very intentional choices need to be made in the mystery genre, depending on what it is in the horror genre, that sort of thing. There's some genres that pre-writing is an absolute requirement. Writing a D&D campaign, I had to do so much pre-writing, so much writing outside of the campaign, making charts and shit. I did a lot of pre-writing for taking shots, but it was mostly just me doing a lot of math and checking out a lot of years and stuff like that. I've rambled for a while now. I should probably get back to reading the goddamn fanfiction. I'm gonna hop back on that now. After I take a sip of my tea, which is still warm and I don't know how. Did I mix you magic? Never mind, it's cooling down a little bit. It's cooling, it's cooling. Let's hop back into it. Sits back up, fixes my posture. Chapter 16. Postmortem. Better than flying. Better than a caffeine high. Better than a reunion. Better than sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Better than fame. Better than money. Better than living forever. Better than living like you were dying. Better than dying in a blaze of glory and coming back more alive than ever. Better than friends, better than family, better than anything he'd ever felt before. Better than everything he'd ever felt before. Better than everything he'd ever felt before, minus all the bad stuff. That's what it felt like as Scout really, truly ran again for the first time since the accident. He'd already done laps around the base, yelling the whole time. While they'd been inside, the wind had picked up, blowing from the west and throwing up dust clouds, all of which Scout outpaced, running with the wind and feeling it pumping through his veins. He'd already lost his mind briefly over the color of the sand of the sky. Even before, with the operation's aid, the saturation had escaped them, washed out and dizzying rather than rich or deep. He'd moved on to running at full tilt around the sharp corners of the interior of the base, high-fiving the others when he passed them, Sniper having flopped back onto the couch with relief and some hard liquor the moment he'd heard Scout yelling from far away. He'd nearly cheered himself hoarse, sometimes slamming into walls as he took turns too sharply and skidded on the tile. Evie had to stop him once, picked him up by the scruff of his neck like a kitten, and held him still so Medic could heal the bruises that Scout hadn't even noticed through the adrenaline rush. He'd busted into his room and practically ripped open some of the boxes, moving to look through old sketchbooks and photo albums, excitement buzzing through his veins still even as he sat silently on the ground, overtaken and shaken with euphoria. He spent almost 5 minutes just looking around his room at all the colors, the posters, the bedspread. He glanced over a book he'd snagged from home, not quite reading so much as admiring the insane amount of detail that each letter took on the page. Sniper had found him like that not long later, just grinning a goofy grin down at a copy of God knew what, perfectly content to do so for the rest of the day. Scout looked up from the book, and he beamed, jumping up and deftly avoiding the clutter as he darted to stand before Sniper with perfect, practiced ease. Entirely mobile and extremely agile, light on his feet and with excellent balance, exactly how he was meant to be. Sniper had clearly had something to say when he entered the room, clearly had a good reason for tracking Scout's place of residence down again, but the words died in his throat as Scout gently took Sniper's face in his hands and just looked at him. Really looked at him for the very first time. Stubbly, that was the first thing Scout processed. He looked just as stubbly as he felt, and man, his face had never seemed so expressive before. Had he gotten more expressive for knowing Scout? Was he just allowing it to be more visible now that Scout knew him better? Had Scout just not been able to appreciate it before since he didn't know Sniper either? Was it just more noticeable, up close? Whatever it was good. And Scout's memory had indeed served him right. Sniper was a really handsome guy. Something Scout had learned back when he did art in school was the concept of color theory, how nothing was ever just one color, even if it was man-made. Shadows changed things. The color of the light in the area changed things. Highlights and curves made every surface 1,000 different hues, even if the object was the only color of paint. It was subtle, but so much more obvious now that Scout could see again. Bluer under the eyes, red at the nose and ears, subtle grays in the chin, warmer tones in the cheeks, and cooler around the eyebrows. His irises, probably marked gray on any official documents, were more of a bluish color in some places, gray in others, iridescent and currently darting around Scout's face looking for answers, as if Scout ever had a good answer for the things he did. Scout reached a hand to rake it through the hair on the top of Sniper's head, grinning at him. 9 out of 10, he finally said, nodding to himself. Sniper socked him on the arm, now going properly red-faced, setting his jaw to fight back a smile even as Scout laughed and pulled back a bit. Shut up, you cheeky mongrel, he murmured, glancing off to one side. What time is it? Scout asked, deciding to cut Sniper a break. Oh. Dinner's just up. You ran through it, Sniper said. Sorry, but nobody wanted to interrupt you doing whatever you'd call that, running around, making a racket. Rampage? Scout suggested. Sure, close enough. Well, at least I'm not hungry, Scout said, shrugging, hands in his pockets. So no big deal. Sniper suddenly stood up a bit straighter. Oh, but I wanted to show you something, he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. And it's sort of, time sensitive. Yeah? Scout asked, perking up. Okay, lead the way. Followed Sniper through the base, and realized they weren't moving towards the comm area like expected, or even towards the main exit. Instead, they took a staircase upwards, a hall, another hall, a doorway, a second staircase. The sniper was opening an innocuous-looking door, there at the topmost step. A gust of wind blew through the newly opened door and into the stairwell, swinging the door open wildly and forcing Scout to whip one hand up to save his hat and the other to the railing to save himself. Sniper had his arm up for his own hat as well, other hand still holding onto the knob, stood silhouetted in the now open doorway as he was backed by brilliant copper-tinted light, like the light of a bonfire or the light shining off a bay, and his vest whipped along with the wind. He turned toward Scout, outlined in the light, perfectly calm despite the rebelling air. Scout's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at the sight, blinking against the shine and gradually dying gusts, momentarily moonstruck. "After you," Sniper finally said, a brilliant shadow gesturing for Scout to pass. Scout could only nod. He stepped through the doorway, realized that they were on the roof of the base, a place Scout had only been to a few times and always forgot how to find. It seemed like the path to get there changed every time, and still couldn't figure out how to get there even after being on the team for so long and having lived in the base so much. But the revelation of how to get to the rooftop was among the least important thoughts on his mind just then. Because before him, the sun was just barely beginning to sink down below the horizon. Slowly, steadily. Scout had frozen the moment his eyes locked upon it, every cell of his body going still. Not rigid or tense, but motionless. Sometimes, people try to take pictures of sunsets. They see one, and suddenly remember how beautiful they are, and gasp, and perhaps point at it should there be any friends nearby. They feel their hearts soar, or ache, or stall. They look at the landscape, and of course they try to photograph it, to capture the beauty of that moment, much in the same way that children capture fireflies in jars. But the camera never quite catches the extent of the color, the fade between the sun and the opposite horizon. Those sorts of people are the types who have taken many pictures, of many sunsets, and the picture is never exactly right. The sun whited out, perhaps, or the orange is too red and the yellow's too orange, or the colors washed out with the rest of the sky much too dark. And still, they try. Before cameras, before pictures, and after all those things as well, people still wanted to capture the sunset, so artists were either ushered or compelled forward to give the Sisyphean task a try. They picked up their paints, their charcoals, their pastels, their chalks, their colored pencils, and their canvas or paper based on personal preference. They stepped forward to take up the task. And they too failed. The colors were too complex to paint quickly enough. By the time the very first hue was mixed, the sun would be nearly gone. The sky was painted from memory, which is among the most imperfect, naturally occurring things in the universe. Some decided to return each day to the same landscape just before dusk, trying to capture the exact look of it, but never quite found it. Because the final product of the endeavor would not be a sunset. It would be the product of dozens of sunsets all layered atop one another, like dust over old furniture. Hundreds of landscapes, hundreds of works done through high-set windows, all made by artists looking to get it exactly right, and none quite found it. Instead, the picture, the moment, would slip through their color-stained fingers like sand or water or steam or wind, and still, they try. Some had no artistic talent. Their circles appeared wobbly and off-center, their squares listing gently into the title of rhombus, their rectangles tangled and triangles mangled, and all lines they dared make unable to be wrangled, but they had their words. And some even had writing utensils. So the poets and writers stepped forward, a thesaurus at ready alongside a chart of the names of various colors. They fell into their seats, gazing out their windows, or up from beneath their trees, or down from their towers and into the reflection of a pond, and tried to explain with only words what a sunset was. And they too failed. Because words are words. The light could never cascade from the page in the way that it cascades through gaps between tree branches or thrown against the sky. The colors listed do not gleam from within the ink. The feelings described are not universal, and are instead often exaggerated and turned into hyperbole. They attempt to turn the incomparable into similes and metaphors, just as this sentence was. A novice wizard's failed transfiguration. That is to say, it is without meaning or significance. And even if the poet or writer perfectly captured the sunset, it would still be just slightly off, because their piece would take time to read, and could never perfectly convey how it feels in that split second, instead of revealing the sunset at the same speed at which the sun sinks below the horizon and finally dies. Of all mediums, writing was the furthest from conveying the precise notion of that beautiful solar wake and funeral. And still we try. It is impossible to impart the dusk. It is too fleeting. Every attempt at doing so is unremarkable, ingenuous, analogous, clumsy. But it's what humans always try and do, each hoping vainly that perhaps they will be the one to find the perfect resemblance of the precise moment the sun flickers from view over the horizon. Perhaps someday someone will manage it. Not just yet, though. Not just yet. The story has already described many, many things. The love of a brother, or a son. The warmth of much-needed friendship. The cold sting, or perhaps hot prickle, or perhaps heavy ache, or perhaps dizzying translucence of both mortal and irrational fear. The outline of the rain, a sketch of the feeling of music in your fingertips, a draft of improbable and wonderful coincidences, a hint of the sense one gets when sparring with an intellectual equal, a trace on the wind of the singular sensation that is taking someone's hand to soothe them. As we speak at this very moment, the story is full to the bursting, practically tearing at the seams, seeping from beneath the door and overflowing from the goblet when it comes to descriptions. Mostly of sound, or emotion. Perhaps each and every description was entirely necessary. Perhaps each short rambling on brotherhood, or camaraderie, or the goodness buried deep in the hearts of humankind, or the imprecise speed at which a young wounded heart beats when in love, perhaps they were all entirely necessary. Or perhaps not. Perhaps that babbling was nothing more than extra words and additional overly flowery textual embroidery. The latter of the two is not unlikely, nor is it very hard to believe, nor is it even particularly untrue. But in regards to the sight of the duskening sky in that particular moment, another description is not really necessary, even if it was sought for. There's no reason to try and subsequently fail to describe the freshly incepted sunset. That is because of one singular thing. You've seen the sun setting before. It's possible that the sun setting off on the western horizon in the exact moment that you're reading this. It's not impossible after all. It is setting as this is being written. You've seen a beautiful sunset. You remember the feeling of awe at the glory of it all, the ranging and raging and soothing palette of color. You remember the silhouettes of anything and anyone that tried to bar the view from you. You remember the slowness of the transition, the sun's almost imperceptible motion down, and down, and down. You remember the colors cast upon the clouds in the sky, if there were any. If you live away from the city, you remember the sounds of crickets beginning to chirp, the birds falling away, the creatures of the day conceding to the creatures of the night. You remember these things, much in the same way that Scout remembered his brother Henry, or Jack. Maybe the memory is foggy, but it is real. Maybe the memory is fleeting, but it is real. The difference between the two memories is that the sunset will always come again, soon enough. You return to the roof. In the moment Jeremy O'Connell stepped through the door into the open air and set his eyes upon the many colors of the sunset, he was struck with emotions that he hadn't the vocabulary to express. The wind whisked past him, still warm from the day's heat, yet to give way to the cold of the night. In a trance he seemed to be, unmoving, unhearing, trapped either tightly in the hold of the present moment or a prisoner within the confines of his own head, bathed in light on the rooftop. For moments, then minutes, then even longer he stood there. Only when the western horizon was fading from cerulean to indigo, and only when the sun was certainly gone did he move, head tilting to look up at the stars that had been appearing, one by one, so far above. And on the rooftop, for just a little while, it was quiet. Just quiet. Scout turned after a while, freed from whatever had bound him, remembering that he'd had a guide, wondering whatever happened to him. As it turned out, Sniper hadn't abandoned him, had just given him privacy, taking a seat in the shade of the structure of the staircase. He, too, was staring out at the sky, sunglasses removed, but his gaze was fixed instead on the eastern horizon. Scout sat down next to him and followed his gaze. The moon was sitting just above the canyons and mesas in the distance, rising, gradually. It was a beautiful night, it really was. The stars were clear and bright, this far out from civilization. Really, it was his favorite part of living out here. It had taken time to get used to the relative quiet during the nighttime. Eventually, he tuned in the sound of the wildlife, the bugs, the nearly too far to hear coyotes, even an occasional owl. In the summer, there were sometimes fireflies as well, and Scout had to resist the urge to catch them. On the roof, it was hard to hear the creatures, however. Instead, he could look at the stars, idly connecting dots. "You all right?" Sniper asked, and Scout returned to looking at him. His brow was furrowed, crinkling with concern. "Yeah," Scout said. "I'm good." "You've been crying," Sniper said gently to counter him, raising a hand and brushing his thumb over Scout's cheek, the digit coming away wet with tears. Scout paused, raised a hand to his own face, gave a breathless little laugh. "What's funny?" Sniper asked, no less concerned. "It's just weird," Scout chuckled, moving to wipe his tears away from his eyes and cheeks and chin, leaning against Sniper, smiling all the while. "I hadn't even noticed." Time passed, the moon rising higher into the sky. Eventually, Sniper shook Scout from his doze against his shoulder, saying that they really shouldn't sleep out in the cold against the concrete structure on the roof. Scout got up reluctantly, and Sniper let Scout pretend to pull the taller man into his feet. Then they started making their way through the base, and Scout led the way back to his camper. Sniper unlocked the door without fanfare, flicking on the light and stepping inside. Scout followed just behind him, only to pause in the doorway for a few moments, head turning this way and that. Sniper glanced back at him, sensing that he'd fallen behind. "Me?" he asked, turning more fully to face him, frowning. "Green, huh?" Sniper glanced around at the walls of the camper, which were indeed a soft, greenish-gray color. Yeah," he said slowly, hesitantly. "Weird. I don't know why, but for some reason I pictured orange," Scout said. He finally stepped in, shutting the door behind him, still looking around. "In my head, this place looks nicer," Sniper offered, already wincing. "Different," Scout decided instead, moving towards the bunk. "Less homey for one. Like, less lived in, I guess. Didn't know about the posters." Sniper followed his gaze to the wall space beside the ladder, where a map of his home country was pinned up. He didn't really have a reply for that, and scratched at the back of his neck nervously. Scout hopped up to sit on the table, still looking around. Sniper was hesitantly moving through his routine, pausing occasionally and glancing over. Finally, Scout broke the silence. "Hey, Beanstalk." Sniper jerked, clearly startled at the noise. "Yeah?" he asked, trying to play it off. "So, was that rooftop thing a date?" Scout asked him, tone bright. Sniper stared at him for a few long moments, and then he broke into relieved laughter, leaning against the counter to steady himself, bowed forward with the force of it. The image of it looked even more wonderful than Scout thought it would, dropped feelings on him like a stack of bricks, and he was sent laughing too. "I don't know, mate, do you want it to be?" Sniper asked once he got over the worst of it, eyes crinkling up with mirth still. "Don't think it counts unless we both say it does." "Yeah, sure, and it was awesome, so now you don't gotta worry about the first date going well," Scout said with a shrug and an equally sized grin. "Since you're the worrying type, that should be good for you." Sniper paused, then blinked in revelation, straightening up a bit. "Crikey, you're right. That's a good point. Didn't think of that," Sniper said, clearly surprised. "Then, first date. All right. Done and done. Take her to the bank, boys," Scout agreed, legs swinging lightly. Sniper scratched at the back of his neck. "God, been a long time since I've dated. Aren't I supposed to walk you home?" "Well, it's a long way to Boston," Scout said with a shrug and a smile. "Oh, quiet," Sniper said, flicking his arm, and Scout snickered. "You know what I meant." "Yeah. I mean, technically I walked you home, so we're good there," Scout said. "What else is on the first date checklist?" Aren't we supposed to kiss?" Sniper asked next, leaning on the counter with his arms crossed. Scout put a hand to his chest, exaggerating a look of affront and shock. "Are you insinuating that I'm the type of guy who kisses after just the first date?" he gasped. "I was raised a good, proper Catholic boy, mister. How even very dare you suggest such a thing?" Sniper was laughing again, and Scout dropped the act along with his hand, going back to grinning and swinging his legs idly. "Well," Sniper said once he recovered a bit, looking back up. "Sorry for insulting your honor there." "To answer your question, sometimes people do that, yeah," Scout replied, letting up on the jokes just a bit, "but it depends." "Depends on," Sniper trailed, raising an eyebrow. Scout leaned forward a bit, grinning. "Do you want to kiss me?" he asked, just a bit suggestive. Sniper went red. He had to break eye contact, and after a second he hid his face in his hand, clearly flustered. Scout started giggling. "Shut up," Sniper groaned, embarrassed. "You can't spend all that time being unintentionally sweet and then suddenly do it on purpose and catch me off guard. It aren't fair to the rest of us." Well, sorry, just let it be funny," Scout said, shrugging. And to be fair, it totally was. Sniper glanced up from his hand, glaring a bit. "Well, no need to be poking fun," he muttered. "I can do that too, you know, and then you wouldn't seem so clever, eh?" "What, catch me off guard?" Scout asked, raising an eyebrow. "I doubt it, I'd see it coming now." "That a challenge?" Sniper asked, eyes narrowing. "That a promise?" Scout countered, radiating a cheeky confidence. "All right," Sniper finally sighed, moving to stand from his place leaning on the counter. "You asked for it." Scout watched with a bit of confusion, largely overshadowed with interest. The Sniper turned, walking over to the hook by the door. He retrieved his hat and sunglasses, putting them on calmly, without rush. Then he turned back to Scout and moved to stand at his full height, chin tilting ever so slightly up, shoulders squared. Scout blinked at the shift, suddenly reminded of how much larger than him Sniper was, how much taller and stronger and broader at the shoulders. Sniper almost never stood up fully, and never tilted his head up like that. He did just then, and suddenly he was extremely intimidating. The Australian took 1, 2, 3 long and unhurried strides toward him, one hand moving Scout's knee aside so that Sniper could stand just at the table's edge. The same hand fell just beyond Scout's hip to the table to steady himself and further trap Scout in place in the same moment that Sniper leaned forward, nearly chest to chest with him. Scout's heart skipped a beat, and he leaned back a bit instinctively, only for Sniper to flick his cap off of his head and promptly catch him in place with his free hand. 2 fingers curled under his chin, thumb pressing just below his lip. With this grip, Scout's head was effortlessly tilted up so he could face Sniper head-on, their faces so close together. Scout's breath was shaky through his parted lips, heart beating a million miles an hour, butterflies tickling through his stomach. Sniper's expression was passive, unreadable, eyes just barely visible through his sunglasses up this close, and they were locked on Scout's end, very intense. "What's wrong, pretty boy?" Sniper asked, voice low and rumbling through Scout's chest like an earthquake, the thumb of his calloused, well-worn hand ghosting over his bottom lip in a single steady motion. "Cat got your tongue?" A few of Scout's brain cells reactivated, trying to supply him with some kind of answer, and Scout swallowed hard, moving to open his mouth in reply. Instead of words, only a weak, squeaking sort of noise escaped, and he shut his mouth firmly before it could happen again, face surely going scarlet, if it wasn't already. "I seem to remember warning you," Sniper said, head tilting just slightly to one side, words taking a physical form in the form of his breath over Scout's face, smelling just faintly of mint. He took his thumb from Scout's lip, leaving behind a sort of tingling sensation like electricity, turning his chin up even just a bit further. His gaze flickered over Scout's face before frowning his eyes again. "Isn't that right, love?" There was the slightest of winks at the last word, enough to nearly send a jolt through him. Scout just nodded, a jerky little motion, swallowing again before another embarrassing noise could escape his throat. The butterflies in his stomach had been replaced by bees, and surely his Uber valve was malfunctioning to make his heart beat like that. "Not so smart now, are you, flustered like this?" Sniper asked with a leisurely blank, voice grating on the bottom of his vocal register, and Scout could listen to that voice reading the phone book. Scout could listen to that voice reading the ingredients off the back of a soup can. Scout could listen to that voice giving a play-by-play of paint drying. He would agree to just about anything he was told as long as it was said in that voice. And Scout somehow found his own, clearing his throat weakly, hands moving and gripping the front of Sniper's shirt like a lifeline. I changed my mind about that thing I said earlier," Scout managed to stutter, voice uneven and just a little bit high-pitched. Sniper raised one eyebrow over his shades, expression otherwise unchanging. I might be Catholic, but I'm not any good at it. I'm definitely the type to kiss on the first date, for sure." That got Sniper to grin, shifting just slightly to accommodate for Scout's arms. He removed one hand from Scout's chin to help to pull his sunglasses back off, hooking them onto the front of his own shirt. And the hand returned again, this time tangling into the short hair on the back of his head. "Why don't you come get one yourself?" Sniper said easily. Within an instant, Scout's arms whipped up to wrap around Sniper's shoulders, pulling him down and kissing him silly, enough so that Sniper nearly lost his balance and sent them both tumbling down. The charged atmosphere was broken in an instant, and they were both left giggling, kisses missing as they laughed, which only made them giggle even more. Scout's cheeks hurt from smiling so hard, and Sniper's eyes were all crinkled up with laughter. That's the moment that they both knew for sure they'd be okay. End of chapter. That's very... It's pretty gay. It's pretty gay. Imagine being gay, couldn't be me. Imagine being gay couldn't be me, and then, like, I look over at, like, framed photographs of Devilman TF2 and Miss Pauline TF2. And NG TF2 also. We'll admit it. They! Sunset monologue, huh? What? I don't even know what I was fucking doing. Like, I was just saying shit, truly. That's one where I'm like, damn, where'd I get that? How do I do that? I don't know. I straight up went, I'm just gonna do poetry for a minute. Fuck off, whatever. I was like, what I went is like, I'm gonna describe a sunset. And I went, yeah, you can't fucking do that, though. And then I just started going. Sniper gets to be cool exactly one time for 15 seconds. And then never ever again. You'll love a smooth operator. Shout out to Sniper TF2, who needs to be wearing the sunglasses to be cool. He has trouble with eye contact. You get one coolness. 1 parentheses 1. Shout out to me throwing in the word rhombus. Shout out to that time I straight made up a word. Where is it? That's not a word. That's a fake word. That's not a real word. It's a fake one, it's pretend. Let's pretend I made it up, it doesn't exist. Because, like, dawning is a word, why isn't duskening? So now it's a word. I made it. I invented it. I'm basically Shakespeare. God. Yeah, it's not a word, I invented it. It's not real, it's fake. Because it should be a word, right? But no, it's not a word. It should be a word! That deserves to be a word. I'm gonna make a big cursor about it. It deserves to be a word! If I vigorously shake my cursor, it gets huge, and I don't know why, and I don't know how to stop it. Crikey. Fucking crikey. Fucking crikey. Okay, okay. Oh god damn it, I got gay. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh fuck. Okay. This one is moderately short. I just had to underline it. Fucking 69. Oh my god. Hold on. 2 more people comment. Quick. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. If that had said 69, I would have lost my fucking mind. That would have been it for me. Shout out to, I think that's Dan is on fire. I think. Can't tell, it's kind of warped. Me. Everyone go read this, everything this motherfucker's ever written. It's all super good. Sorry, I want to reflexively go check. I would have lost my mind, right? Like, I would have lost it. It would have been so fucking funny. God. Oh, also, I realized I haven't mentioned this yet. We're actually gonna probably cut a tiny bit early because I need to drive somebody to go pick up medicine. So I'd like to be done before 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is in about 50 minutes. Not 15, 15. Stretching. Oh my god, wait. Hold on. Fucking hail! Bro! That's weird. I got nice. Oh, that's weird. What are these notifications on my email? Perhaps some comments on a fan fiction of mine. Fucking nice. That's it. My choice to stream has been validated. In this moment, we all came together as a society. Yeah, it says I am nice, and I love that for you. This is a motherfucker named My Comical Romance. That rules. Lauren, actual last name, Hatter. Oh, Pog, it's Frog! Yo, people's names rule. Say Fauna4-esque. God. Ben Godot Blend 102. Shout out to the reference to Godot, the best character in Ace Attorney, never fucking at me. Godot's my favorite character ever. I have a sticker above me right now. I'm decorating my space. I love Godot. As I reach the end of this tea, it's even more honey in it, which is good for me. God. This is around the time that this started blowing up, and it has continued to blow up pretty consistently since then, with some surges from time to time where I suddenly get bursts of people like, yo, you're the fucker who did the cool thing? That is also usually alongside me writing more fic. Do you only have bad Ace Attorney opinions? Do you, are you one of the people who dislikes Pearl, for example? Because she's my daughter. If you are, that's valid, but she's my daughter, never. I've been into Ace Attorney since, like, 2007, so... I had the fun experience of being young enough that I was like, God, I sure do like Maya. Too bad she's too old for me, because she was 17 and I was a baby. And now I'm like, oh God. There was a moment where I'm like, I'm older than Maya. Oh no. There, okay, then you know what? You're good. Whatever your opinion is, it's good. Controversial take, I fucking love Larry. He's such a stupid character and I love it so much. Takes a sip. I love Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney's so fucking good. You can tell I like Ace Attorney sometimes. I had a friend of mine who, like, has read a shit ton of my fic, and, like, seen my writing in general, even outside of, fan stuff. And then he played Ace Attorney, and he went, is this why... is that why you're like this? And I had to say yes, because it's true. Because it is. Before we read this part, looking over at my list, which now includes Medic Gatorade, which I will be addressing. Worry not, dear citizens. There's only one other thing I wanted to touch on at one point very briefly. Just because I feel like it has to be said. Watching... There we go. Watching this fic blow up and get popular was a whole experience. For a few reasons. The prime one, 800% being just like the complete lack of confidence that I have as a person. I have a lot of issues of confidence in different areas of my life. In particular, I did, over the course of this fic. And I would later, mostly through things that happened in my real life, like slowly start getting more confidence, especially as I started, like, getting therapy, stuff like that. And, you know, left my house, started, you know, working jobs where I got to be good at what I do. Like, genuinely, pro tip, if you have, like, a lot of social anxiety, and issues of confidence, just getting, like, a regular, just, like, retail kind of job can weirdly be super good for you, because it helps you get a lot better at, like, talking confidently to a bunch of people. It helps a lot with, just, like, feeling competent. This fic blowing up helped me a lot with, because I never really feel confident, I wouldn't say. I am extremely aware of how easy I am to just kind of, like, knock down, whenever I put myself out there at all. I'm very squishy, and so I don't tend to go very far out of my comfort zone a lot of the time. And instead, whenever I want something to be a thing, I work really hard to make it my comfort zone. That applies to fan fiction to some degree, Um, that applies to like I worked I like read all of the fucking books. I took an exam to get good at D&D before I started DMing any significant portion. Like in theater, I never really had any leading roles, but I always overstudied anytime I got any role at all and needed to be on stage. Um, I I would over prepare a lot of the time, anytime I needed to do any kind of public speaking thing in class, and try as best I can to like make it something I'm already very confident with to some degree of like, not doing the assignment and instead warping the assignment into something I know a lot about anyways. So like I'm way over prepared. And so I having this fic blow up when I really wasn't all that confident in my writing and kind of having my comfort zone stretched a little bit with just so many people. So many people like thinking I know what I'm talking about, and then I'm like smart, and then I know things and I don't know things. I don't know things, please. I don't know things. I'm just out here. And no, it was pretty mind-boggling to me. Yeah, and I think did help my confidence, just specifically online to some degree. And I'm still kind of now all of China knows you're talented. Yeah, and even that, like the sounding, like I know what I'm talking about. I've I'm gonna sound like a fucking nerd. Um, like genuinely in my heart of hearts, like I worked so extremely hard all of the time to like mold my speech pattern into somebody who knows what they're talking about. Like I worked so hard at it. I in particular would mimic like the speech patterns of people who were very good at like just sounding like they know what they're talking about. People who do know what they're talking about, like listening to lectures from people who are, oh god, the vent's making noise. Oh no, nightmare. Just like listening to people who know what they're talking about the things that they're competent with, and trying to mimic those speech patterns. Things like that. And like it's something I very consciously have worked on, just so that I can feel in control enough to do shit, I guess is the best way to put it. This live streaming thing, this reading out loud, and doing the live stream thing is the latest in a series of times I've like tried to put myself out there a little bit more, in part because I wouldn't say that I'm like self-conscious of my voice in general, but it's something that I had been made fun of for an amount of my childhood, because especially like before my voice developed into being an adult, just very audibly sounding very strange as I tried to figure out how to talk to not sound like I wanted to fucking die all the time, because I did. It was rough. But I've worked so consciously on it for so long, and I was always very nervous that it would show. And I wouldn't call it like self-consciousness. It's not like, oh, my voice is bad. It's just like, I don't know. It's I also wouldn't really call it dysphoria. I would more call it like dysmorphia to some degree. I have I have issues, and one of my issues is I don't know what I sound like. I worked really hard to try and make it sound like shit, and I have a very hard time telling like what I sound like. like what my writing is like. I can read it, but all I hear is like me writing it, you know. What I look like is another one, and so it's led to me having a very distinct fashion choice because I can see what my clothes are. I just can't really see me in them. And I don't know what that is. Genuinely, I know it's not normal. I know it's a mental health thing, and I'll figure it out. But yeah, my voice is one of those things that I'm like, uh-oh, I don't know what I sound like. I hope I don't sound bad and weird, because I have no idea. I have no way of checking that. After so many years of like working really hard on molding my speech patterns into something that I like, and also learning character voices, like I have so many character voices. I have so many. I have so fucking many. I play D&D, and you know, DM, so I'm just constantly just like saying shit in character voices, and I'm not gonna do them for this fic, and I literally refuse to because I will not be able to hold them. But at this point, I feel confident that I can make my voice sound okay. I just worry that secretly it was bad the whole time, you know, just like classic anxiety shit. And you know, fucking, I'm in therapy about it. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Is my anxiety was never so high as like during the time I was writing much of this fic. Is one of my low points. So you know, if you're out here like, man, how can this day possibly get any worse? And then everyone in the world starts reading your fanfiction. And you don't know how to feel about it. You don't. You're just like, oh, okay, everyone is reading this. Oh, people are like asking me for advice and shit. Oh, people think I'm like competent and good at what I do. Am I good at what I do? And then you realize you're maybe good at what you do, and oh god, oh shit, what are you gonna do now? It's weird. It's weird, and I don't know either, if I'm being perfectly honest. There was a loose leaf in my tea, lipstick in my Valentino white bag. Sorry about the rambling about about my personal shit. I felt like I would mention it, just because it's, you know, I would always have this thing of like idolizing anyone who was fucking good at anything, and pro tip, don't. Pro tip, don't. There's just, it's not, no one's actually cool. Yeah, complete tonal change. No one's actually cool is my pro tip. Everyone is actually embarrassing and kind of doesn't know what they're doing and is good at specific shit, but also like kind of sucks and you know, annoys their friends on purpose. And references vines at their friends in Discord calls and shit, you know? Like, everyone's people, and I didn't realize everyone's people truly deep in my heart of hearts until I was people that people think is cool, you know? I went, oh my god, people think I'm cool? Oh my god, what if everyone's like this? What if everyone cool actually doesn't know what they're fucking doing? Pro tip, everyone is embarrassing. Forever. I'm gonna read this, and then I might have some more things to say, but mostly I need to probably hurry up because I gotta drive someone to go get medicines. And then at some point, I'm gonna get in a voice call and for 18 hours uninterrupted, exclusively talk shit about Scout TF2. Nah. Also spy, don't worry. I'm literally not reading this whole thing out loud. Give it to Sharon and then. Yeah. you know where we're at. Okay. The long ass call. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get up for like 4 seconds. Hold on. I need this fan to stop. I'll be like literally right back. Dabs. The fan wouldn't stop. What if I just... Oh no, that's so quiet though. What if I... Oh, there we go. Maybe? This? Maybe? I don't know. Absolutely. I would recommend talking to people and talking massive shit about fictional characters. It's a good bonding experience. For example, just talking that shit about Miles Edgeworth in a voice call for like 3 hours. Look, I love Miles. I love him. Miles, Ace Attorney, is a good man. He also sucks, and I love him. Sometimes a character sucks and you love him. Just sometimes. It's important. Really hoping that vent turns off here in a second. On God, if I have to edit out vent noise. Oh my God. The vent turned off. I'm basically Jesus of Nazareth. So I said vent noise. My first thought was mungus. I'm so mad. Regardless. I said regardless again, I keep saying that. Chapter 17. An epilogue of sorts. He pounded his fist on Sniper's door, shaking the entire camper just slightly. "Ayo, Stretch, wake up!" he called, morning air still crisp in his lungs, yet to give way to the day's heat. It had been a few months since the rooftop. Now that Scout could see, he hung out in his room when Sniper needed load time instead of in the camper, where he was prone to waking the other man up with the shenanigans. They still often shared a bed, as doing so helped both of them sleep better. Scout because he'd grown up sharing rooms and living spaces with people, Sniper because of paranoia and protectiveness over Scout, and he admitted with a grin one day because Scout was definitely a sleep huddler, but he was a liar and a fraud, and Scout would deny it until he died, at which point he would deny it in his will. But now sometimes Sniper would come stay in Scout's room, where it was less of a walk to get to everything, and so get access to the shelf full of books and magazines Scout owned and had basically never touched. For the most part, the team dynamic remained largely unaffected. At the behest of some of the other mercs, cough, spy, medic, and soldier, cough, they were asked to limit the PDA and communal spaces, which was fairly easy for Sniper, who was already withdrawn around any group larger than 3. They would still hang out and talk around the team, but they tried to keep the sappiness to a bare minimum. Scout was usually the offender in terms of being too cuddly around others, but as much as Sniper blustered and huffed at him for his romantic displays, Scout knew he really liked the fact that Scout was willing to show affection around others. How unashamed he was. On the battlefield, things were back to normal, outside of Scout having fewer blue spy sightings for a few weeks. In fact, their performance improved, the team suddenly more cohesive than normal, defense stronger and attacks hitting harder, overall morale staying high. It eventually evened out as the blue team started getting spite motivated, but even then, battles seemed just a little bit less like work for a while. Medic's operation that he performed on Scout was never replicated. He explained that it just wasn't quite worth it for the cost and time, but with needing to replace Scout's Uber valve and the cost of running the equipment combined with the toll it took both on him and whoever the patient just so happened to be. That and the fact that when Medic was explaining the aforementioned reasons to the team, he asked Scout just how the operation had felt. Scout had said with a more serious expression than most had ever seen on him that it was the most painful experience he'd ever had in his life, so much so that he was fairly sure he'd very briefly lost his mind. Worse than every death he'd ever had combined, because he was in that pain for several hours without reprieve. After that, nobody much wanted to volunteer for the operation. Scout wrote home a week after he got his sight back, something he hadn't done for a while, usually preferring calls, as his writing was slow and difficult to read, but he really wanted to after all that happened. He wrote home to Ma, told her it had been cloudier than usual, and how the team was doing well, and that how he'd made a new friend of sorts, and that he was really happy. He mentioned that this friend liked the same music as him, and played an instrument, and was always worrying over and protecting him even when he didn't need protecting. He talked about how this friend was good at poker, but awful at Old Maid, how he drank his coffee without any sugar or creamer or anything, how he always snored if he was uncomfortable or dreaming of something stressful, how he had an accent and refused to tell temperature in anything but Celsius, how he hadn't liked sports much as a kid, but had picked up on a baseball work in about an hour flat, how he thought Scout was an animal for sleeping with socks on, but was the type of person to wear sunglasses indoors, how he could sing the bass parts of songs but hated how his singing voice sounded, how he was so tall that he'd sometimes hit his head on the top of door frames if he was distracted, how he had a funny tan on his wrist where he always wore his watch when he went outside in the sun. It turned out he had a lot to say about this new friend. In the envelope, he also put another piece of paper. A drawing Scout had made previously, copied from the original penciled version, redone in pen. It had taken him a few hours to do the original, and a bit less time for the copy. Sniper had been sitting in Scout's room at the foot of his bed, legs stretched out and crossed at the ankle, reading some play Scout had lied about reading when he was back in high school for both of his sophomore years. A Midsummer Night's Dream, it was called. It took a bit of time to read, as the language was a bit difficult to understand and sometimes needed to be read and reread to make any sense. But Sniper had been getting there. He'd been sitting between Scout and the lamp on the table, and the way the light was thrown had reminded Scout so much of the day with the rooftop that his hands itched to draw it. He thought he'd captured the likeness perfectly, and Sniper was a great model. He was used to sitting perfectly still, after all. Before he wrapped things up and signed the letter, Scout paused, tapped his pencil a few times, glanced over to where Sniper was sitting on the bed, this time against his headboard, eyebrows furrowed as he deciphered the book before him. The only book Scout had ever liked, about some little guy who ended up being a thief for a bunch of dwarves and a wizard, stole from a dragon, and fought a battle. A teacher in second grade had read it aloud to the class, and he'd liked it so much that he hunted through every thrift store and pawn shop in town until he found a copy for himself. That same torn, tattered copy was now in Sniper's hands, years and years later, with a request that he try his best not to give it to Pyra. Scout turned back to the letter and added just a little bit more, about how he told his friend where he'd got the dog tags from, how he told his friend about his struggle back in school, about how he told his friend a lot about himself even though he wasn't supposed to because he trusted him, about how his friend wouldn't hesitate to lay down his life for him, about how much this friend cared so much, more than Scout had thought he was worth being cared for, all things considered, about how for the first time in a while Scout wasn't just living in the moment, he was looking forward to the future. He'd already asked a few questions about everyone back home, but included one more right at the end, asking if there would be room at the table for an extra plate when he next came home for holiday leave. He signed the letter the same way he always did. Love, Jeremy, one of your top 8 favorite sons. He carefully folded the papers and the picture up and put them in the envelope. It bulged slightly, but that was alright. Whenever he sent letters, they always did. Scout wrote the address and put 2 stamps on it and set it to one side so he'd remember to mail it the next morning once he got the chance, hopefully so it could get moving before Sunday rolled around. Now, after some time, Scout and Sniper had a routine established. Whenever they didn't sleep over, Scout would head over to Sniper's camper in the morning to wake him up. On that morning, a few months following the accident, Scout had gotten up bright and early so he could get ready with enough time to wake Sniper up too. His first knocking call received no response, so he tried again. "Ayo, Legs! Beanstalk!" he called, pounding on the door again, loud enough to wake the dead. "It's time to get up, come on, man." From within the camper came a reply, a sleep-hoarse yell etched with suffering. "Love, come on, it's too early," Sniper complained, voice muffled. "It's still nearly dark out, and breakfast aren't even for another 2 hours on the weekend." "You're right, but I still wake up at the same time, and do you know why?" Scout replied, voice raised to be heard, hands on his hips. "Yes, I do, but I expect you'll tell me Because Saturday is leg day," Scout cut in, "and you skipped last week." A loud groan of abject misery. "I'm not doing it, and you can't make me," Sniper replied. "Not at this bloody hour on the bloody weekend before I've had my bloody coffee." "I fucking swear, if you don't open this door, I'm gonna break in," Scout said loudly. "Like hell you will," Sniper replied, voice muffled as if from beneath blankets. "Come back in an hour." Scout huffed, moving a hand to his bag and pulling forth a paperclip, bending it to the lock on the door in question. About 2 minutes later, he finally finished picking the lock and the door was all but kicked open, banging open against the inside wall. "Rise and shine," Scout shouted, and Sniper jerked upright, ruffled and baffled, just a little bit alarmed. "How the hell did you— Bugger!" Scout had seized him by one ankle and pulled hard, and he was forced to catch himself before he could slam into the floor. He managed to land on his feet, but he looked torn between terrified and murderous. "Gotta stay sharp, Shades," Scout said, pushing the curtains open on one side of the camper, letting the sunlight spill directly into the space. Sniper cursed and shielded his eyes, and Scout handed him his sunglasses without fanfare. "Alright, seriously, get dressed. You know you gotta keep a good sleep schedule going if you want to stay on top of your game." Sniper recovered a bit from morning grumpiness as he woke up slightly, taking his shades and sighing. "I know," he replied. "Usually it's not half this bad." "You gonna play it again?" "Yeah," Sniper admitted, moving over towards the bathroom. "Don't know why." "You know you can just walk over and bust into my room whenever, right?" Scout said, leaning on the doorframe as Sniper moved to splash himself with water. "It feels weird," Sniper murmured in protest, glancing over as he tried to get his hair to not sit so oddly. "I don't want to wake you up." "And I don't want you losing sleep," Scout said stubbornly. "This is like the 3rd night in a row." "Well, it's too hot to share a bed," he protested next. "There's air conditioning and shade in the base," Scout countered. "Next. I hate having to walk all the way there and back to get ready for bed in the morning. You already have a ton of your stuff in my room. You could easily get ready and dressed in there if you wanted." Sniper didn't have another retort, just staring down his reflection, jaw tight. Scout took a breath in, exhaled. Stepped over to tuck in next to Sniper, who made room automatically. Stared at his own reflection. You already lost a lot of sleep over me, Scout finally said, gone solemn. I don't want you losing anymore. Just try and talk to me, okay? Sniper didn't reply for a few seconds. Then he sighed, visibly relaxing. He moved to pull Scout in front of him, arms winding around his torso, burying his face in the Scout's hair as he held him against his chest. All right, he said quietly. I'll try. Promise. They stood like that for a long few moments, the atmosphere peaceful. Then Scout shifted a bit as if to move away. Sniper didn't move, arms remaining around his chest. Snipes, you gotta get ready. No response. You should get back to doing your thing. No response. You gotta let go eventually. No, I don't, Sniper replied, muffled. I live here now. Snipes, Scout protested, trying to wriggle his way out and fighting down a grin. But Sniper's grip just tightened. Come on, man, we got stuff to do. That's a shame, because this is your new life, Sniper replied, tone not rising despite Scout's struggle. Right here forever. Not sure how eating and whatnot will work, but you can figure out the mechanics of it. You don't have a choice, really, because I'm never moving. Dude, you're not gonna have time to shave, Scout protested, straining to get Sniper to at least move. It wasn't working. Thought about growing it out a bit, actually, Sniper said, tone as calm as anything. It'd be nice to not need to take care of it so much. Scout stopped his struggling when it became clear that Sniper would keep him there until he saw fit, giving a light but affectionate sigh. Think that'll take long? He asked, to grow out. No, not with the look I've got in mind, Sniper replied. Just a week or so, maybe? Besides, having a bit of stubble's got another upside. Yeah? He felt Sniper's face shift slightly. He sounded like he was smiling when he next spoke. The fact that you love it so much. Scout felt himself turning red. No, I don't, he quickly protested, fighting to keep his expression in check, staring at himself in the mirror instead of literally anywhere else. Sniper huffed a laugh, rocking them both slightly. Oh, so you'd rather I don't grow it out? He asked innocently. Scout bit back the no that tried to fly from his mouth. I mean, you do what you want to do. I'm indifferent. Doesn't matter to me, he lied. No opinion. No opinion, Sniper repeated, leaning his head just a bit further forward so his cheek brushed Scout, morning shadow scratching lightly at the smooth skin, looking at him in the mirror. Scout bit the inside of his lip, keeping eye contact with himself. None at all. That's a first. You have opinions on everything. It's your choice, I meant. Up to you. I resisted the very real urge to press closer to that cheek. Just barely resisted it. Huh. Well, Sniper turned his head and pressed a quick peck to Scout's temple before finally releasing his grip, giving him a pat on the shoulder. I think I'll grow it a bit then. Only because it's convenient. Okay. Scout moved to get out of the way, still a bit red in the face. Finally, about 10 minutes later, Sniper was ready, and he managed to convince Scout to let him get coffee and breakfast before they worked out, just for the sake of morale. They started making their way back over to the base so they could eat, but before they could get there, Scout glanced up and stopped in his tracks. Sniper stopped too. Huh? He inquired, also looking up. Nothing but a few clouds overhead, not even rain clouds. Something wrong? Scout didn't answer, instead turning to look at the direction they'd come from. Off to the east beyond the camper in the desert, sunrise was in full bloom. Scout stood stock still, eyes trained on the sight, fixated. Sniper let him stay there for a good few minutes, but finally he elbowed the shorter man, breaking him from his trance and making him glance up. Don't want to be late, eh? He reminded gently, as he always did whenever this happened, which was rather frequently. Scout blinked a few times as he seemed to return to the present moment, glanced back at the sunrise. Then after another few seconds, he nodded, turning away and walking again. He didn't look back as they entered the base. You alright? Sniper asked gently, taking his hand and swinging their arms slightly. Yeah, Scout said with a nod, looking at Sniper with a genuine, lopsided grin. Just a nice view. End of chapter. End of Running Blind. Da 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 da. We did it! We did it! We got to the end! Couple of champions. We made it. We did it. We made it. And I said everything on my list. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, now I gotta think. Oh god, how does it go? Oh, I can't think of it. I can't think of the... Dun, 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 dun. God. Champion! 69! God. Right on time, too. God. God, 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 God. Imagine with me for a moment. What if I had killed Scout? That'd be funny. Also, at this point, I figured out what foreshadowing was, so I had Scout ask his mom if he could bring Sniper to Christmas. You win! And then like cheering noises. Sarah, hi! Hi, Sarah! I made fun of you about the French thing! Hi, Sarah, hi! God. Ba 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 ba. Soon more. Oh, it won't. Ba. Hi, Sarah, I love you. Sarah, I love that this is when you show up because I'm literally about to dip again. So I gotta go take somebody to get some medicine, but you can guess who. Because I texted you about it. We got a prescription, it was great. I did it. I did it. I read it. I did it. Yeah. Trying to think if I have anything that I want to. The end! I don't think I have anything I wanted to close with. Thank you for sitting with me while I did this. I appreciate all you people very much. Hard emoji. What I did to the last chapter of the live stream was I went through and I added chapters to it. If you want to skip between the reading and the commentary between it, probably when I get back home, I'm going to try and do the same thing to this one, just because it helps with readability. George says hi, Sarah. Fucking, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna probably edit these down into a podfic version. Audio quality might be subpar, but that's okay, because it's better than nothing. Then I'm not sure. I'm just gonna try my best to upload that to AO3, the podfic version of it. Although the full version with commentary and stuff is going to remain up on YouTube. So yeah, that's I think that's all I've got. I think that's all I've got to say. Says hold on. Replies. So he says God. So yeah, that's that. At some point, more in advance than like the day before. Hi, hello. More in advance than the day before, I will say when that other live stream will be. Aw, a fun little reunion happening. When me and Noodle are gonna be doing that other live stream where we just psychoanalyze the mercs and talk mad shit, etc., etc. I'll make a better announcement than it's happening in bold font, that sort of thing. Thanks everyone for you two. All right, you two have each other's numbers. You're not like you're not dead. But you just call each other. Goddamn. We're on the same server. Just hop on the VC. Shakes you. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, George, I noticed. Hi. I love receiving texts from people. It's like, no, I know, I see you in there. Yeah, I think that's all I've really got. I think that's all I've really got to say is yeah, I'll be making an announcement a little bit before it actually happens. I'm also probably gonna link whenever I end up doing that D&D thing I mentioned earlier. You know, if you didn't know, I'm on Tumblr. Somehow, I'm on Tumblr. At the Triggered Happy, etc. I have links in the description for stuff. Fucking, do I have anything else? I don't think I do. Awesome. You know, if you want to hear me rambling about my characters in my D&D campaign, you know, fucking find me on Tumblr. That happened. I also take regular questions, I answer requests, etc. If you have a request in my inbox, I apologize. There's also 50 other ones, and I am doing my best. I think that's it. I think that's all I've got. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's weird. What's that? What? 69! Look, where is it? 69! I'll see all you guys later. Bye.